1, 2, 3. יופי. אז אני סוגר את היוטיוב. היי לכולם. עכשיו, תכף אני אכין לי לאכול, ואז אני אעשה את כאילו קצת מחקר על היסטורי, או היסטוריה עתיקה אפילו, על איך לעשות את בסדרת מדע בדיוני שאני עושה, לא באופרה המתמטית, עכשיו זה נושא אחר, בסדרת מדע בדיוני של כאילו קולוניזציה של שביל החלב. אז אני רוצה לעשות לפי העמים שבאמת היו, כאילו שיוכלו ללמוד היסטוריה. תכלס, אני לא יודע למה אני עדיין רוצה ללמד ילדים ונוער היסטוריה, כי כבר לא יהיה ילדים ונוער עוד מעט, לא יהיה אף אחד, אבל בכל זאת בוא נעשה בכאילו, כי זה מעניין לי. אז אנחנו כאילו נלמד על עמים עתיקים, על ידי שכאילו נעשה את זה מעניין, שזה יהיה כאילו בהקשר של כיבוש החלל וזה. בסדר? אבל בדיוק לפי ההיסטוריה של העמים העתיקים. זאת אומרת, במקום חייזרים, נגיד עם מסוים יפגוש, נגיד במקום שבבני אנוש במסע בין כוכבים פוגשים גזעים חייזריים, אז אנחנו נעשה שכולם בני אנוש, אבל כאילו תרבות אחת פוגשת תרבות אחרת. בסדר שזה, זה מה שהחלטתי לעשות. אז בקיצור אני הולך לעשות לי לאכול, ועוד מעט אני בא ונתחיל. כאילו, בגדול כאילו מה שנעשה, ניקח את הספר הזה שהורדתי, של בוני ג'י סמית, מרק ון דה מיירופ, ריצ'רד וון גלן וקריס ליין. הספר נקרא World in the Making, A Global History Volume 1, to 1500, זאת אומרת, משחר האנושות, מהפרה-היסטוריה אפילו, טוב, לא מהפרה-היסטוריה, אבל כאילו מההיסטוריה הקדומה ביותר שיש לנו, מכל מיני, מתחילת הכתב, שהמציאו את הכתב, ועד 1500 לספירה, אחרי הספירה, זאת אומרת ימי הביניים, אבל בכל העולם, כן, לא רק באירופה, אלא כאילו יש כל מיני, סמית, כאילו מומחית לצרפת נגיד, ומאירופה הוא מומחה לכאילו מסופוטמיה וקצת מצרים העתיקה, ובכל אופן מסופוטמיה העתיקה, ווון גלן, אני לא זוכר, אחד מהם הוא מומחה לסין העתיקה, ואחד לאמריקה, כאילו העתיקה, זה לא כזאת עתיקה, אבל כאילו אמריקה של לפני, או בתקופת הקונקיסטדורים, שכבשו אותם, כן, פרה-קולומבוס, ואחרי קולומבוס. אז זהו, אז אלה 4 אנשים שכתבו את הספר, ספר מעודכן ל-2018, זה עיקר המציאה בו, וזה שהוא עושה את זה על כל העולם. יש גם עוד ספר שלהם שיותר ישן, שנקרא, קצת יותר ישן, הוא מ-2012, שזה נקרא, הנה זה, Crossroads and Cultures, כן, הצטלבויות דרכים ותרבויות, היסטוריה של עמי העולם, עד 1450. אז אפשר לקחת גם מזה, זה בדיוק אותם אנשים, אז אני חושב שזה כאילו גם בדיוק אותו תוכן. בואו נראה כמה עמודים זה. איפה רואים כמה עמודים זה? יופי, סיים לרדת את הספר גיאומטריה, נהדר. טוב, אני לא ברור לי איך הם יספרו פה את העמודים. הנה יש important events. איזה קטע. זה דווקא טוב לי. זה מסוג הדברים שהתכוונתי לשאול את האינטיליגנציה המלאכותית, אבל אם הם עשו את זה כבר, אז זה ממש טוב. טוב, אז טוב לדעת שבסוף כל תרבות יש כאילו אירועים חשובים. יש פה 544 עמודים, בסדר, אז נגיד 550. ופה, בואו נוריד את הספר הבא, אם כבר אנחנו כבר פה. את זה כבר יש לי, זה גיאומטריה, זה גיאומטריה גם כן, אבל ב-EPUB. זה קלקולוס אני רוצה. אני אוריד את זה ואת זה, אני אוריד קודם את קלקולוס. אוקיי, מין רצף כזה של גיאומטריה, טריגונומטריה, חדווה. אז אני עכשיו מוריד את חדווה, שזה, את טריגונומטריה כבר הורדתי בבוקר, עכשיו כאילו הורדתי את גיאומטריה, עכשיו אני מוריד את חדווה, לא הורדתי אותם לפי הסדר, אבל לא משנה, העיקר שיהיה לי את כולם. אוקיי, אז בואו נראה פה, אז זה ראינו 540 עמודים. בואו נראה פה כמה עמודים יש, אני אפתח את זה, כבר פתחתי את זה פה. בואו נראה contents. טוב, בואו סתם נקפוץ לסוף, קרדיטס. אוקיי, זה רק באחוזים פה, זה מראה 89%, אבל זה לא מה שהתכוונתי. אני התכוונתי שהם, דרך אגב, אתם רואים שהמבנה מאוד דומה. אני התכוונתי שהם יגידו לנו כמה עמודים יש פה. שנייה. לא קוראים לו ככה, מרופ. בלי H, מרופ. שמות מוזרים. בטח זה הולנדי, ואן דה מרופ. בטח השמות שלנו נראים להם מוזרים. אוקיי, אז עכשיו, נעשה לפי שנים. אתם רואים, הוא כתב גם ספר על ההיסטוריה של מצרים העתיקה, זאת אומרת, הוא כאילו האיש שלהם לענייני המזרח התיכון, העתיק. בספר הזה הוא כאילו עושה את החלק הזה של העולם, הקרוב אלינו. אוקיי, אז בואו נראה פה את כמה עמודים. אז פה כתוב שכאילו בספר הזה של עד 1450 יש בערך 544 עמודים, ובספר שפה יש 688 עמודים. עד 1500. בקיצור, הספר שמ-2018 הוא קצת יותר שמן, שלנו זה טוב סך הכל. אני רוצה רגע לראות. הנה, היה כאילו איזה ספר שכאילו ישן, אבל הנה, שאלה בקורה, האם יש ספר שמתאר את כל ההיסטוריה של כל הציביליזציות, ופה כאילו מתארים כאילו את הספר של ארנולד טוינבי, A Study of History. בואו נעתיק את זה לאתר של ההורדות ונחפש את זה. אם אני אצליח להעתיק, זה מאוד אתגרי. Library Genesis. Study of History. יופי, יש. אז בוא נראה כאילו איך הספרים הולכים. הם בטח לפי זמן. זאת אומרת, הכרכים הראשונים זה על משהו עתיק, והכרכים החדשים זה על משהו הכי חדש. לתקופתו, זאת אומרת, המאה ה-20, אמצע המאה ה-20 אפילו לא, Study of History, הנה, אומרים כל ספר, כל כרך, מה הוא עשה, Introduction, Genesis, ההתחלה של הציביליזציות ברבים, אתם רואים שהוא גם עשה אותם לאורך שנים, זאת אומרת, הוא עושה את זה, לקח לו שנים כל ספר, ג'נסיס פרטו, גדילה, התפרקות, דיסאינטגריישן, התפוררות, Universal States, Universal Churches, קשרים בחלל, טוב, מה שאני מקווה להשיג מפה, זה יותר כאילו, כי זה לא מעודכן בכלל, זה מעודכן ללפני, לא יודע, אם זה 1960, אז זה כאילו מלפני 60 שנה, יותר מ-60 שנה. אבל מה שכאילו טוב פה, זה כאילו שזה לא מתחנף, כאילו היום כל דבר זה פוליטיקלי קורקט, וזה הורס את הכל. לעומת זאת כאן זה כאילו, זה מלפני התקופה הזאת, אז זה לא יהיה פוליטיקלי קורקט, אז אם יש לו נגיד משהו להגיד על איזשהו עם, לא יודע, על היהודים, הוא יגיד, כן, זאת אומרת, נגיד Jews, הנה, Jews and Armenians as a fossil society, חברה מאובנת. במבוא לעבודה שלו, הוא מתייחס למספר שיערים מאובנים של חברות, ביניהם הארמנים, וגם כאילו שהארמנים שיחקו לפי טוינבי, תפקיד דומה לזה שהיהודים עשו בתקופת בעולם האסלאם. אוקיי, בואו נראה. And yet another Syria Kremlin, the Armenian German. אוקיי, הוא רואה בנו המשך של היהודים, כאילו חברה כאילו סיריאק, משהו ממוצא סורי כאילו כביכול, שזה לא משנה, זה התרבות שהייתה פה, בטח פיניקים או משהו. That sentence has been the subject of controversy in some of years. Anti-Semitic. later, כאילו אפילו האשים אותו קצת באנטישמיות, אבל לי זה בדיוק טוב, אני רוצה שכאילו בן אדם יגיד לי את האמת בספר, ולא איזה משהו מכובס, שהיום במקרה כאילו אופנתי להגיד. כן, כאילו, שהספר שלי יהיה בלי כל אני לא מדבר על היהודים, אני לוקח את היהודים בתור דוגמה. כל תרבות שהוא יגיד מה שהוא רצה להגיד, ולא כאילו משהו שהוא חושב שרוצים לשמוע. all this power, אוקיי, אז אני הולך להכין לי אוכל, ואחרי זה כאילו נמשיך משני הספרים האלה, בעיקר מהחדש, אבל קצת גם מהשם. אוקיי, אז הנה עשיתי לי כאילו, לא יודע אם רואים, אבל עשיתי לי פרוסות עם חמאה וכזה נקניק כזה. אחד זה אסדו, אחד זה קורן ביף, אבל שניהם סוג של בשר. זה עם המלפפון חמות. אוקיי. אז בואו נוריד את הספר. הישן. יש איזו מהדורה חדשה שלו. לא שמשהו השתנה, כן, אבל הנה סטאדי גייד, איך ללמוד מתוכו. אוקיי, יש משהו שנקרא One Volume Edition, שלנו זה טוב, כי אנחנו רוצים להוריד את הכל ולהעלות את הכל בבת אחת. אז בואו ננסה להוריד את זה. אוקיי, אז זה מתייצב על בערך שעתיים, שעה 40 ומשהו. אנחנו לא נפריע, ניתן לזה לעבוד. זה בטח ייפול באמצע, כמו שקרה לספר עם החדווה, שניסיתי להוריד קודם, אבל בואו ניתן לזה, נהיה אופטימי. עכשיו, במקביל נלך נוטבוק, לאתר הזה של גוגל, למוצר הזה של גוגל נוטבוק. VM אני חושב, או VL. אולי זה VL. אוקיי, כנראה זה לא VM. בואו ננסה VL. אוקיי, בוא פשוט כאילו נכתוב גוגל נוטבוק. LM. לא, סתם דחפתי V בטעות. LM. ובינתיים נשים בתוכו את הספר שכן יש לנו, הספר החדש. create new. choose file. אתם יודעים מה נגרור, הכי טוב נגרור. הנה. גם פה יש שני כרכים, זה וזה, אז בואו נטען את שניהם לתוך התוכנה, כי אפשר. אוקיי, אז הוא רוצה את זה ב-PDF. בואו נראה איך הופכים את זה ל-PDF. קליברה, אבל בואו ננסה. בואו נכתוב סתם EPUB to PDF. אני רואה. אוקיי, בואו ננסה. אני רואה פה לספר, אבל אני לא מעוניין לפתוח אותו, אני מעוניין לסגור אותו, ולוחץ עליו קליק ימני, ו-convert, convert individually, פה אני לא רואה את הקצוות של המסך, אבל פה כנראה כתוב output. אני מנחש שפה כתוב output, אני לא יודע, אולי זה input. אבל אם זה output אז אני... הנה, זה input, ובצד שני output, הבנתי. זה לא שאני לא יודע לקרוא, אני לא רואה. הטלוויזיה אצלי חותכת את הקצה. אוקיי, אז בואו נעשה פה ב-output PDF. נמצא ונעשה אוקיי. אוקיי, אז הוא עכשיו עובד על זה, כתוב Jobs 1. אוקיי, כנראה סיים, כי עכשיו הג'ובס 0. אוקיי, בואו נראה את זה. או שזה לא זה, זה כאילו, אולי שם את זה באיזה תיקייה. איפה יכול לשים את זה? Preferences, Output. PDF output. אוקיי, אני מאמין שהוא שם את זה באותה תיקייה, אז בואו נראה כאילו פשוט באותה תיקייה. אם הוא זרק את זה שמה. ואני מחפש עם השם הזה. אני עושה copy, paste, אני מחפש את המילים האלה. volume 1. אוקיי, אז הוא לא יצא כלום. בכל אופן, לא באיזה מקום שאני יודע למצוא את זה. אולי בדוקיומנטס. לא. אין לי מושג. אוקיי. בואו ננסה עוד פעם. אוקיי, הוא קורא לזה קאבר. אז אולי... מה זה? אולי אני צריך לחפש את המילה קאבר. נחפש את המילה קאבר. ה-PDF. אוקיי, זה לא נראה לי זה. בוא נסדר אותם פשוט לפי התאריך. בוא נראה אם אפשר להוריד את זה במקור בפורמט שאני רוצה. סליחה. איך קראו לו? מירופ. אוקיי, זה הדבר הזה, אבל אין את זה ב-PDF. אוקיי, בואו נלך עוד פעם ל-EPUB to PDF. הנה, הוא הבין אותי גוגל, למרות שכתבתי בעברית. בואו נלחץ על הראשון. נבחר את ה-EPUB שלנו. דאונלוד. אוקיי. אני הופך את זה. ואני אפור כבר את השני שיהיה. אני אשים בינתיים את הדברים בכיור. אוקיי, יופי. אז הוא סיים. אז אני עושה דאונלוד. יופי. אז זה אחד. ובואו נעשה גם את השני אם אנחנו כבר פה. אוקיי, אז אני צריך לחכות שעה עד שאני אעשה את הקובץ הבא, כי זה כאילו, זה נתנו לי בחינם, אבל הם לא רוצים כאילו שאני אעשה כל רגע עוד אחד ועוד אחד. טוב, אז נחכה שעה. מה שאנחנו רוצים בינתיים לעשות, זה לטעון את הקובץ הזה. אבל הייתי רוצה שזה יהיה כן בבת אחת. טוב, בואו נעשה את זה עם אתר אחר. הנה PDF to go. כי אני רוצה שזה יהיה כאילו כשהוא מנתח את כל ההיסטוריה של האנושות, שהוא ינתח אותה בבת אחת ולא בשני חלקים, ואני אצטרך לעשות את החיבור ביניהם, כי זה קשה לי. choose file. download. הנה, סינס 1300. אוקיי, אז נוקח לו זמן, הוא מעלה. אוקיי, עכשיו בואו נהפוך אותו ל-PDF. start. נשתה בינתיים את זה. יפה. בואו נוריד את זה. דאונלוד. זה בטורקיה. אז עכשיו בואו נעשה, נזכור את שני אלה, תודה. אולי זה, מה שסגרתי עכשיו, אולי זה מה שהוא הכין לי. כי היה כתוב קאבר. טוב, לא יודע. בואו נעשה, אולי הקליברה כאילו הכין לי את זה בדפדפן. אבל גם אם הוא פתח את זה בדפדפן, צריך להיות קובץ שהוא כאילו באיזשהו מקום. טוב, לא יודע, לא... פעם הבאה אולי אני אנסה עוד פעם. אז עכשיו כאילו אחרי שעשינו את זה בשני חלקים, בואו נטען את שני החלקים לפה. בסדר, זה לתוך התוכנה, לתוך הנוטבוק, לתוך האתר של הנוטבוק, אליהם. נמצא מזה בקיור. אוקיי, אחד מהם באדום, אז הוא כנראה לא מצא חן בעיניו. One or more files were not uploaded, only the following file types are supported, PDF text, אוקיי, בוא נראה מה הוא כן טען. אוקיי, עד 1500 הוא טען. זאת אומרת, השני לא עשה עבודה טובה עם המרה. אז אני אחזור אחרי זה לאתר שאמר לנו לחכות שעה. בואו ננסה לחזור כבר עכשיו לאתר שאמר לחכות שעה. EPUB to PDF. choose MOOC. הנה הוא אומר שעדיין שאני צריך לחכות 52 דקות. אז בסדר, אז נחכה. אז בואו נעבוד בינתיים עם מה שיש לנו. אז ההורדה של זה בטח כבר התפקששה. כן, הנה failed. בואו נעשה אותה שוב. אוקיי, אז בואו נשאל שאלות לפי הספר הישן יותר, מקסימום נשפר אותם אחרי זה עם שילוב של שניהם, אחרי שיהיה לנו את שניהם. אוקיי, אז נעשה customize. קודם כל בוא נכניס אותו למצב שאנחנו מדברים על... אנחנו רוצים למצוא כאילו מקומות שהיו אינטראקציות גדולות, נגיד מלחמה, בין כאילו שתי תרבויות כאילו, נגיד בין, אני יודע שהיה בין יוון לבין פרס. אז כאילו, אז באותו אופן, אז בואו נכתוב פה. Please explain the 10 biggest wars that happened between two cultures. For example, או בוא נכתוב biggest interactions. For example, the wars between Greece and Persia are these wars are one such interaction. big interaction. אוקיי, בוא נכתוב לנו מה כתבתי בצד שנדע. ונקרא לזה prompt, הנה כמו זה, chat GPT prompt, שאני שואל אבל לא את זה, איך נקרא לה את כלי, נוטבוק, LM prompt, for making podcast from books. אוקיי, אז אני עושה לי save, שיהיה לי את זה, ונפעיל את זה. מקווה שהוא יבין מה רציתי. אוקיי, ייקח לו כמה דקות. אני בינתיים מסתובב בבית. נסגור תריסים בחוץ. אוקיי, יופי, זה סיים. זה בדרך כלל 12 דקות ואחרי זה חוזר על עצמו, עם כל מיני קטעים שהוא זרק, אבל בוא נשמע. אני אשים לי, שלא יהיה פידבק אליכם, אז אני אשים את זה שאותי לא ישמעו, סליחה. שאותי לא ישמעו ואת המחשב כן.
Welcome to our deep dive. We're going on a little trip through time to explore the 10 most significant cultural interactions in history.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
We're talking about those moments when different cultures clashed or collaborated, leaving a lasting impact on the world.
I'm excited to see what you found.
And get this, one of our sources tells a story about a young Nambiquara girl in Brazil who broke away from her tribe and then established a new culture, dominated by female hunters and warriors.
Wow. Talk about a fascinating twist in history.
This deep dive is going to be packed with incredible connections and surprising facts that have shaped our world as we know it.
What's exciting about your selection of sources is they highlight how these cultural interactions weren't isolated incidents. They created ripple effects that spread across continents and through generations, influencing everything from languages and religions to the rise and fall of empires.
That's a great point. Let's dive right in. With the rise of cities and the spread of agriculture, our sources point to Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley as the birthplaces of civilization, where agriculture blossomed and cities began to thrive. This feels like the very foundation of so much that followed.
You're absolutely right. The development of agriculture created a surplus of food, freeing up people to specialize in other crafts and professions. This specialization was crucial for the development of complex social structures, and ultimately, the rise of cities. Your sources on Mesopotamia mention Uruk, a city with a huge temple complex dedicated to the goddess Inanna. This temple wasn't just a religious center, it was a powerhouse, playing a major role in managing the city's economy. This shows us the deep connection between religion and power in these early urban societies.
That's fascinating. And it wasn't just happening in Mesopotamia. Your sources on ancient Egypt are incredible. The pyramids are such a powerful symbol of their advanced engineering. And the pharaoh's authority, they were not just tombs. They were monuments to divine power. The pharaohs were seen as intermediaries between the gods and the people, and the pyramids reflect that belief.
It's fascinating, isn't it? These early civilizations developed unique ways of life, but they were also connected through trade and the exchange of ideas. You'll find it interesting that the Indus Valley, perhaps less familiar than Egypt or Mesopotamia, also had thriving cities like Harappa. Their urban planning was sophisticated, with standardized weights and measures, intricate drainage systems, and evidence of long-distance trade networks. These cities were hubs of commerce and innovation, connected to the wider world.
It really highlights how interconnected the ancient world was. And that leads us to the Mediterranean, where we see a major cultural clash, the Greco-Persian Wars. This wasn't just a military conflict, it was a clash of worldviews.
Precisely. The Persian Empire, with its vast armies and centralized rule, encountered the independent Greek city-states, known for their democratic ideals and emphasis on individual achievement. What's fascinating is how the sources you provided reveal that. Despite the Persians' military might, they failed to conquer Greece. However, their interactions had a profound impact. For instance, one source highlights the spread of the Phoenician alphabet during this time, which the Greeks adopted and adapted.
That's amazing. The very script we're using to communicate right now can be traced back to these early cultural exchanges. It truly makes you appreciate how interconnected the world has always been and how seemingly unrelated events could have a lasting impact on our lives.
Yeah.
Speaking of connections, let's delve into the Indo-European migrations. This is where things get really interesting. Linguistically speaking,
Oh, I like this one. You're going to be surprised by this. We can trace the roots of many languages, including English, back to the migrations of Indo-European speakers. These pastoral nomads spread out from their homeland, likely somewhere near the Black Sea, and their language influenced the cultures they encountered.
it's mind-blowing to think that words like mother, father, and house have common ancestors in languages as diverse as Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, and English. It's like finding a linguistic family tree that connects us across continents and millennia.
It truly is. And the impact of these migrations goes beyond language. The sources you shared suggest that the introduction of the caste system in India, a rigid social hierarchy that still exists in various forms today, is linked to these migrations.
So we see how these cultural interactions can lead to innovation, the spread of language,
Yes.
and even the formation of social structures, some of which can be quite complex and have long-lasting consequences. And on that note, let's shift our focus to the rise of massive empires and the interconnectedness they fostered. Our sources specifically focus on the Assyrian Empire and the Silk Road.
Right. The Assyrian Empire was a military superpower. They were known for their strength and strategic ruthlessness in war, building a vast empire across Mesopotamia and beyond. While they were certainly known for their brutality, they also understood the value of cultural assimilation, incorporating conquered peoples into their empire.
That makes sense from a strategic point of view, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The sources describe how the Assyrians often forced conquered people to adopt their language and customs, which probably helped to solidify their control over their vast territories. But it's interesting to think about how this forced assimilation might have also led to some interesting cultural blends and adaptations over time.
Absolutely. And alongside this enforced assimilation, more organic forms of cultural exchange emerged through trade. The Silk Road, a network of trade routes that spanned Eurasia, played a massive role in connecting the East and West. It facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultures, demonstrating that cultural interactions aren't always driven by conflict.
It's incredible to think about the caravans laden with silk, spices, and precious goods traversing vast distances, connecting people and cultures across continents. It shows that globalization has been happening for centuries, shaping the world in profound ways. And speaking of interconnectedness, we can't overlook the profound impact these exchanges had on the spread of major religions. Our next focus is on the rise and spread of Christianity and Islam, two of the most influential religions in history.
These religions weren't just about faith, they became powerful forces that shaped societies, governments, and even warfare. One of your sources details Christianity's remarkable journey, evolving from a small Jewish sect to becoming the official religion of the Roman Empire. That's a huge transformation. That had a ripple effect across the world.
It's amazing to think about how such a dramatic shift in the religious landscape influenced Roman society, impacting everything from law and government to social customs and artistic expression. It makes you realize how deeply intertwined religion and culture can be. And then there's Islam, with its message of monotheism and social justice, which spread rapidly across the Middle East and beyond, leading to the establishment of a vast empire, rivaling the Roman Empire in power and influence.
It's fascinating to see how these two religions, emerging from relatively humble beginnings, went on to shape the course of history so profoundly. And it all ties back to the idea of cultural interaction and how the exchange of ideas can have such far-reaching consequences. And that brings us to another fascinating chapter in our deep dive: cultural blending in the Islamic world during the Abbasid Caliphate.
Oh, yes. The Abbasid Caliphate wasn't just about conquest, was it? The sources paint a picture of a vibrant period of intellectual and cultural flourishing. Baghdad, their capital, became a global hub, drawing scholars, artists, and traders from all over the known world. It must have been an incredibly exciting time to be alive, with new ideas and discoveries emerging constantly.
It was a melting pot of cultures and knowledge. Scholars from diverse backgrounds, Persians, Greeks, Indians, and Arabs, collaborated to translate ancient texts, make groundbreaking discoveries in mathematics and astronomy, and develop new forms of art and literature. The Abbasid Caliphate demonstrates that cultural exchange can lead to incredible advancements in knowledge and creativity.
This period really shines a light on the positive power of cultural interaction. And as we move forward, we'll see how this spirit of exploration and exchange wasn't limited to the Middle East. Next up, we'll be setting sail with the Vikings exploring their far-reaching voyages and impact on European societies and cultures. Buckle up, we're just getting started.
Oh, I love the Vikings. The Vikings are often portrayed as fierce raiders, and while that was part of their story, they were also skilled seafarers, traders, and explorers who established settlements across a vast territory, from North America to the Caspian Sea. Their longships were incredibly versatile, designed for both raiding and trading, enabling them to navigate rivers, coastlines, and even open oceans.
Imagine navigating the open ocean centuries ago, relying on the stars and your knowledge of the seas. It's mind-boggling to think about the skill and courage these voyages must have required. Their explorations connected them to distant cultures, and, as your sources point out, had a lasting impact on history.
You'll find it fascinating that their influence went beyond conquest and trade. They left their mark on languages, mythology, and art, weaving their stories and traditions into the fabric of European culture. Their impact can be seen in things we still engage with today. Think about Norse mythology. With its tales of gods and monsters, it has inspired countless works of literature and art throughout the centuries, even influencing modern popular culture.
Wow. It's amazing how these cultural interactions, even those that occurred centuries ago, continue to resonate with us today. But while we're on the topic of empires and their influence, let's shift our focus to another group of conquerors who left an indelible mark on history: the Mongols. Their empire, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, was one of the largest and most diverse the world had ever seen.
The Mongol conquests were truly transformative. They weren't just about military dominance. They opened up trade routes, facilitated cultural exchange, and connected vast regions of Eurasia in ways that had never been seen before. Led by the brilliant, though undoubtedly ruthless, Genghis Khan, they reshaped the political and cultural landscape of Eurasia.
It's almost as if, unintentionally, they jump-started globalization centuries ahead of its time. While they were fierce warriors, they also recognized the value of trade and cultural exchange, promoting religious tolerance, and encouraging the flow of goods and ideas across their vast empire.
One of the things that stands out in your sources about Mongol society is the role of women. Unlike many settled societies at the time, Mongol women enjoyed a relatively high degree of social and economic freedom. They managed households, participated in the economy, and even influenced political decisions. This challenges our preconceived notions about gender roles in the ancient world and highlights the diversity of social structures across different cultures.
It's a good reminder that history is full of surprises, and that our understanding of the past is constantly evolving as we uncover new evidence and perspectives. But let's turn our attention now to a darker chapter in our exploration of cultural interactions: the Black Death. This devastating pandemic swept across Eurasia in the mid-14th century, leaving a trail of unimaginable death and societal upheaval in its wake.
The Black Death was a global catastrophe that claimed millions of lives. Your sources provide a sobering account of this period, highlighting how the interconnectedness of the world, while often beneficial, can also have devastating consequences. The trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods and ideas also became pathways for the rapid spread of disease.
Right. It's a chilling reminder of how quickly things can change and how events seemingly far removed from our daily lives can have a profound impact. It also makes you reflect on the fragility of human life and the challenges our ancestors faced.
What's striking about your sources on the Black Death is how they highlight the pandemic's profound impact on social and economic structures. Labor shortages led to rising wages for those who survived, and traditional power structures were challenged as people questioned authority and sought new ways to understand the world around them.
It's almost as if the Black Death, as devastating as it was, became a catalyst for change, leading to social and cultural transformations that ultimately reshaped the course of history. And this brings us to our final cultural interaction, which focuses on the rise of maritime trade and the global connections it forged, particularly in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean.
Of this period, highlighting how the interconnectedness of the world, while often beneficial, can also have devastating consequences. The trade routes that facilitated the exchange of goods and ideas also became pathways for the rapid spread of disease.
Right. It's a chilling reminder of how quickly things can change and how events seemingly far removed from our daily lives can have a profound impact. It also makes you reflect on the fragility of human life and the challenges our ancestors faced.
What's striking about your sources on the Black Death is how they highlight the pandemic's profound impact on social and economic structures. Labor shortages led to rising wages for those who survived, and traditional power structures were challenged as people questioned authority and sought new ways to understand the world around them.
It's almost as if the Black Death, as devastating as it was, became a catalyst for change, leading to social and cultural transformations that ultimately reshaped the course of history. And this brings us to our final cultural interaction, which focuses on the rise of maritime trade and the global connections it forged, particularly in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean. This period marks a shift from land-based empires and trade routes to a world increasingly connected by seafaring exploration and commerce.
The post-Black Death era witnessed a resurgence of trade and exploration. New technologies like the compass and improved shipbuilding techniques allowed seafarers to venture further, connecting distant regions of the world in unprecedented ways. This period laid the groundwork for the age of exploration that would follow.
It's fascinating to think about these early maritime adventurers, setting sail into the unknown, driven by a thirst for discovery and the promise of new opportunities. You mentioned Muslim merchants dominating the Indian Ocean trade networks. That must have been an incredible sight to behold.
It was a bustling network, connecting East Africa, the Middle East, India, and Southeast Asia. In a vibrant web of commerce and cultural exchange, these networks facilitated the exchange of not just goods, but knowledge, ideas, and religious practices, further highlighting the interconnectedness of the world.
And while all this was happening in the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, Italian city-states like Venice and Genoa rose to prominence as maritime powers. They controlled key trade routes, linking Europe to the riches of the East. These cities became incredibly wealthy and powerful, playing a significant role in shaping European politics and culture.
These maritime trade networks weren't just about economic exchange. They were conduits for the flow of ideas, technologies, and cultural practices that transformed societies across the globe. They laid the groundwork for the globalized world we live in today.
This leads us to a pivotal moment in European history, the Renaissance. This period of intense intellectual and artistic creativity was inspired by the rediscovery of classical Greek and Roman texts and fueled by the wealth generated through trade.
Europe was experiencing a cultural rebirth, drawing inspiration from its past to create something new and exciting. Your sources highlight the works of artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael, whose masterpieces continue to captivate us today. And then there are thinkers like Machiavelli and Erasmus, whose ideas challenged traditional norms and sparked new ways of thinking about politics, religion, and society.
It's incredible to think about the lasting impact of these individuals, whose creativity and intellectual curiosity helped shape the course of history. The Renaissance wasn't just about art and philosophy. It laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, both of which would transform Europe and the world in the centuries to come.
And as we wrap up our deep dive, it's worth noting that while Europe was undergoing this transformation, another fascinating cultural shift was taking place in Japan, the rise of the samurai. This warrior class, bound by a strict code of honor and loyalty, rose to prominence during a period of political fragmentation and warfare.
It's interesting to see how cultural interactions can take many forms, from the clash of empires and the exchange of ideas through trade, to the internal dynamics of a society grappling with change and upheaval. The rise of the samurai wasn't directly influenced by external forces. It was a product of Japan's unique historical and social context.
And yet, their influence on Japanese society was profound, shaping everything from art and literature to social customs and ethical values. The samurai code of Bushido, with its emphasis on honor, self-discipline, and loyalty, became a defining characteristic of Japanese culture, and its echoes can still be felt today.
This brings us to the end of our incredible journey through time, exploring 10 of the most significant cultural interactions in history. As we wrap up our deep dive, it's incredible to reflect on how these 10 cultural interactions, spanning centuries and continents, have shaped the course of history, from the rise of cities and the spread of agriculture, to the age of exploration and the rise of global trade networks. It's clear that the world has always been interconnected. But what does this mean for us today?
It means recognizing that the world we live in is a product of these interactions. The languages we speak, the religions we practice, the technologies we use, the social and political systems we live under. All of these have been shaped by the exchange of ideas, goods, and people across cultures and throughout history. It encourages us to look beyond our immediate surroundings and consider the broader historical forces that have shaped our world.
So in a way, understanding these cultural interactions is like understanding ourselves, our place in the world, and how we got here. It's about appreciating the rich tapestry of cultures that have contributed to human civilization, and recognizing that diversity is not just a modern phenomenon. It's been woven into the very fabric of our history.
Exactly. And as you move forward, Equipped with this knowledge, consider this. What are the significant cultural interactions happening in our world today? How might they shape the future? Are we witnessing the rise of new global forces, the clash of ideologies, or the blending of cultures in unexpected ways?
It's a fascinating question to ponder. We live in a world that's more interconnected than ever before, thanks to technology and globalization. And with that interconnectedness comes both opportunities and challenges. Understanding the patterns of cultural interaction throughout history can provide us with valuable insights into how we might navigate the complexities of our present and shape a more inclusive and sustainable future.
Perhaps we can learn from the successes and failures of the past, understanding how different cultures have navigated conflict, adapted to change, and found ways to coexist and collaborate. The answers to these questions lie in our ability to understand the past, critically analyze the present, and imagine the possibilities of the future. Keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep diving deep.
Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through time. We hope you've enjoyed exploring these 10 fascinating cultural interactions with us. Until next time, keep those brains buzzing and those explorations going.
אוקיי, יפה. אז בינתיים מי שראה גם סיים לרד את הספר של Study of History המאוחד, אז בוא כאילו ננסה להוציא ממנו כאילו כמה סטריאוטיפים שכאילו שיש כאילו על כל תרבות. כן, אני חושב שזה כאילו הגדולה שלו כאילו מבחינתי, כי היום משטחים הכל וכולם אותו דבר, כולם סבבה, אבל כאילו לא כולם סבבה, וכאילו יש טוב, יש רע, יש תכונות טובות, תכונות רעות, כאילו צריך גם את הרעות. אז זה גם כאילו חלק מהמציאות והאמת, וגם כאילו מעניין יותר ככה. אז ונכון יותר, בוא נגיד, העיקר זה שזה האמת. אז מנסים ללמוד את האמת ולזייף אותה, זה כאילו קצת סותר את עצמו. אז אני הולך כאילו לנוטבוק חזרה, ועושה אחת חדשה, ומביא לפה את הכרך הזה של טוינבי. אוקיי, הוא לא אהב את זה, צריך כאילו פחות מ-200 מגה-בייט. בואו ננסה להפוך את זה לטקסט. PDF to text. כי אני מתאר לי שמה שתופס את כל המקום זה כאילו התמונות. אז אם אני אהפוך את זה לטקסט, אז לא יש שם כל כך תמונות. choose file, study of history. האתר של נוטבוק, LM, הם לא כל כך אהבו את איך שזה, האתר הזה PDF to go, עשה את העבודה, אבל אני מקווה שליצור קובץ טקסט, הם כן ידעו לעשות כמו שצריך, להבדיל מאיך שהם לא ידעו ליצור PDF שעובד כמו שצריך. אז נראה. אני אסתובב קצת ואני בקי התעייפתי. אני עוד מעט. אני אעשה פיפי גם ואני כבר. אוקיי, אז הוא סיים, הוסיף אותו, יופי. בואו נראה settings. אוקיי, convert. בואו נראה איך מה שהעליתי בנוי, אם זה טקסט שאפשר לסמן אותו. כי הוא לא רוצה לפתוח אותו. מצד שני ראינו אותו בעיניים. הנה הוא פה. בואו ננסה לסמן טקסט. אוקיי, אנחנו לא יכולים לסמן טקסט, זאת אומרת שצריך OCR. כן, OCR זה שהוא קורא בעצמו ומזהה את האותיות. נדמה לי Optical Character Recognition. אז בואו נעשה OCR. ככה. וזה English, כן. ובואו נעשה Start. אוקיי, אז הוא עובד. וניתן לו לעבוד ברקע. בואו נראה, יש פה עוד 13 דקות עד שנוכל להמיר את הספר הבא. בואו נשאל בינתיים עוד שאלות על זה. בוא נראה אם נסכים לקבל עכשיו את הספר המשך. למרות שבתקופה המודרנית זה כבר כאילו קצת פחות מעניין, כי כאילו ברור שיש השפעה כאילו של דברים רחוקים אחד על השני. טוב, בוא נשאל את זה בכל זאת גם בתקופה המודרנית. אוקיי, אז עכשיו הוא כן הצליח. אז מקודם סתם היה איזה בעיה, אז האשמתי לחינם את האתר. ובוא נשאל את אותה שאלה. אבל פה כבר אין מלחמות בין גריס לפרשיה. בואו נשאל את זה בצורה פתוחה. אוקיי, אז אני אסתובב בינתיים בבית, ועוד מעט אני עומד לקרוא גם כי לא רואים כלום. עוד לא. אוקיי, אז בואו נראה מה יצא. עוד פעם, אני הופך את זה לכאילו שלא תשמעו אותי וכן תשמעו אותם. אוקיי, מהמרה, אני לא יודע אם יש כל כך טעם, כאילו עוד מעט נוכל לעשות, אבל אין טעם, כי כאילו הצליח להתמודד עם הקובץ. ננסה בכל זאת להמיר אותו, ואז שהוא יתייחס אליהם בתור רצף. אבל עוד מעט. בוא בינתיים נשמע. לא אותי, אלא אותה.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. We got a fascinating listener request to really get into the 10 biggest interactions between different cultures throughout history.
Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty ambitious deep dive.
It is. It is. And we're going to be touching on, ancient empires, pandemics, technological revolutions, you name it.
I'm excited, though. It's a real chance to connect the dots and see how, one event ripples out and shapes the world we live in today.
Right. Yeah. So to start us off, let's jump right into a period of really intense global change, the Columbian Exchange.
Okay, yeah, the Columbian Exchange. This is the 15th century, and it's really a major turning point. It's like this massive transfer of plants, animals, even people between the Americas and the Old World.
So it's more than just Columbus discovering America.
Right.
It's like this floodgate opens and all this cultural exchange just explodes.
Precisely. It's not just about, ships and voyages. It's about the everyday lives of people being transformed, and sometimes in really unexpected ways.
Okay, so like what? Give me an example.
Sure, so think about the potato. Humble potato originated in the Andes.
Never would have guessed.
Right, but it crosses the Atlantic.
Yeah.
And it completely reshapes European diets. It fuels population growth. It even plays a role in politics.
Wow, okay. So one little spud can change the world. Who knew?
It's true. But of course, the exchange wasn't all positive. Think about diseases like smallpox, measles, influenza. These ravaged indigenous populations in the Americas.
Yeah, that's the dark side of globalization, right? Even back then.
It's a reminder that cultural interaction always has this, double edge. It can be both enriching and destructive.
Really makes you think. And it wasn't just one-sided either, right? Things flowed both ways.
Oh, absolutely. So for example, silver from the mines of Potosi.
Where's that?
Present-day Bolivia. This silver fueled global trade, but also led to exploitative labor systems imposed on indigenous populations.
So it's a complex story. Global trade is booming, but at what cost?
Exactly. And we see this pattern repeating throughout history. Sugar from the Caribbean becomes this major commodity driving the transatlantic slave trade.
Right? So something we enjoy every day, like sugar, has this really dark history intertwined with it.
It's interconnectedness, but with consequences, both good and bad.
Yeah. And speaking of interconnectedness, our next stop is the 14th century, the Black Death.
The Black Death. This was a global pandemic of terrifying proportions. It reshaped societies and cultures in its wake.
Millions dead. And the impact on art, literature, religion, it's profound. But what I find really interesting is how differently cultures reacted to this.
That's a great point. So you see in Europe, many saw the plague as divine punishment.
Right, makes sense.
Which then fueled this religious fervor. And unfortunately, the scapegoating of minority groups.
Yeah, like the Jewish communities facing persecution.
Exactly, a really tragic consequence. But in contrast, the Islamic world often focused on medical explanations and emphasized social support.
So more scientific and community-based.
Right. Things like quarantine and caring for the sick were really widely adopted.
Wow, such different approaches to the same crisis.
Mm-hmm. It really shows how cultural beliefs and values shape our responses to these, global events. The Black Death really tested both physical and social resilience.
Okay, next up, let's shift gears a bit and trace the spread of Islam, starting in the 7th century.
All right, so the rise of Islam. It's this incredible story of cultural exchange and adaptation. It spreads rapidly from Arabia across continents, reaching Africa, Asia, parts of Europe.
Yeah, huge impact. Mm-hmm. But it wasn't just about conquest, right? There's this real blending of cultures that happens.
Absolutely, and it's fascinating. So Islamic scholars, they played a vital role in preserving Greek and Roman texts.
Oh, wow.
And these texts were later rediscovered in Europe and contributed to the Renaissance.
So the Islamic world helped pave the way for one of Europe's most important periods?
In a way, yes. And beyond scholarship, you have trade networks flourishing, connecting all these diverse cultures, spreading knowledge and good. The Mali Empire.
But it wasn't just about conquest, right? There's this real blending of cultures that happens.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating. So Islamic scholars, they played a vital role in preserving Greek and Roman texts.
Oh, wow.
And these texts were later rediscovered in Europe and contributed to the Renaissance.
So the Islamic world helped pave the way for one of Europe's most important periods?
In a way, yes. And beyond scholarship, you have trade networks flourishing, connecting all these diverse cultures, spreading knowledge and goods.
Right, like the Silk Road?
Exactly. Or think of Mansa Musa's pilgrimage to Mecca.
Who was that?
The ruler of the Mali Empire. His journey really showcased the wealth and influence of the empire and strengthened ties between Africa and the Middle East.
So again, this interconnectedness.
It's everywhere. And the impact was huge. From architecture and music to math and astronomy, the world was transformed through this interaction.
Okay, let's keep moving. We got to talk about the Mongols.
Oh, yeah. The Mongol Empire, can't skip that. Led by figures like Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan.
Fierce warriors.
Absolutely. But also really shrewd facilitators of cultural exchange.
Huh. Interesting. How so?
Well, they revitalized the Silk Road fostering trade between East and West. They introduced gunpowder and paper money to new regions.
Wow, so they really did change the game.
And here's something really interesting. They were known for their religious tolerance.
Didn't expect that.
They created this really diverse cultural mix within their empire.
So it wasn't just about conquering, it was about connecting.
Their pragmatic approach to ruling such diverse populations meant respecting local customs and beliefs. And that led to some unexpected cultural flowering.
So the Mongols weren't just conquerors, they were connectors, bringing the world closer together.
Right. Through trade technology, even religious tolerance, their impact on cultural exchange is undeniable.
Okay, let's journey from the vast steppes of Mongolia to the heart of Europe, the Renaissance.
The Renaissance, 14th to 16th centuries, a period of rebirth, rediscovery. Europe just explodes with artistic innovation, a renewed interest in classical learning, and the emergence of humanist thought.
Michelangelo, Da Vinci, all that.
Exactly. A blossoming of creativity and intellectual curiosity. But it wasn't just about looking back. It was about looking outwards, too.
How so?
Well, Renaissance artists drew inspiration from Islamic and Asian art. Remember those Silk Road connections we talked about?
Right, the Mongols.
Exactly. And the Renaissance also coincided with the age of exploration.
So Europeans are venturing further, encountering new cultures.
Exactly. It's this pivotal moment in how Europeans view the world and their place in it.
Okay, but sometimes that exchange leads to some pretty dark chapters, like the Atlantic slave trade.
Yeah. The Atlantic slave trade, 16th to 19th centuries, it's a horrific reminder of the devastating consequences of cultural interaction gone wrong.
Millions of Africans forcibly taken to the Americas. It's unimaginable suffering.
But even amidst this darkness, there's a story of cultural resilience. African traditions endured, shaping music, dance, religious practices in the Americas. And the resistance to this brutal system fueled abolitionist movements.
So a fight for freedom and justice in the face of unimaginable hardship.
It's a complex legacy, one that we're still grappling with today. as we work to understand and overcome the legacies of racism and inequality.
Okay, let's shift gears again and look at the Industrial Revolution, this period of crazy technological advancement starting in the 18th century.
The Industrial Revolution, it transformed how we produced and consumed goods. It all starts in Britain. Steam engines, factories, mass production.
Right, all these new machines. But it wasn't just about the technology, it was about the people too, right?
Absolutely. New technologies and ideas spread globally, leading to urbanization, changing social structures, entirely new forms of work.
Like a ripple effect across the world.
Exactly. And the Industrial Revolution really intensified globalization, connecting distant parts of the world through trade and technology.
And the impact is still felt today.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
It raises important questions about technological advancement, social change, economic disparities, questions we're still grappling with.
Okay, let's tune in now to the rise of mass media in the 20th century.
The 20th century radio, film, television technologies that revolutionized communication, connected people on a global scale.
Information, ideas, entertainment, all spreading instantly across vast distances.
And it created the shared experience. Think about the global reach of Hollywood films. That's cultural influence on a massive scale.
For sure. But it's not all good.
No, mass media can also be used for propaganda and the spread of biased information.
So it's powerful, but we need to be careful.
We need to be critical thinkers, media literate, especially in today's world where we're just bombarded with information.
Okay, from the silver screen to the Iron Curtain, next up is the Cold War.
The Cold War, 1947 to 1991. A period of intense geopolitical tension between the US and the Soviet Union. But it wasn't just political, it was a clash of cultures. A battle for hearts and minds.
Capitalism versus communism. Democracy versus authoritarianism. It was everywhere.
And both sides used propaganda and cultural diplomacy to try to, win over global opinion. They competed in everything from space exploration to the Olympics.
And that rivalry pushed both sides to achieve incredible things.
Exactly, like the space race and eventually the development of the internet.
So even in this period of conflict, there's innovation and progress.
The Cold War's legacy continues to influence global politics and culture today, even though the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 marked a symbolic end to this era.
From the fall of the Berlin Wall to the rise of the internet, our final cultural interaction brings us to globalization.
Globalization. It's the increasing interconnectedness of the world through trade technology migration. We can communicate instantly with people across the globe, access goods and services from everywhere, travel with relative ease.
The world is shrinking in a way.
Yeah.
Cultures are constantly colliding and blending.
It's brought amazing opportunities, access to new markets, technologies, ideas, but it's also presented challenges.
Like what kind of challenges?
Economic disparities, environmental concerns, anxieties about cultural homogenization.
Right. It's like you get the good and the bad all mixed together.
Globalization is complex. It has both positive and negative consequences, and it continues to shape our world in really profound ways.
Yeah, a lot to think about for sure. So much to think about. So many connections across time and continents. It's mind-blowing.
It really highlights how interconnected our world truly is and how these cultural interactions shape not just individual societies, but the world as a whole.
Exactly. So what are some of the biggest takeaways for you? What stands out after all these deep dives?
Well, one thing that's clear is that cultural interaction is a constant throughout history. Cultures don't exist in isolation. They're constantly influencing and being influenced by each other.
Right. It's like a never-ending conversation, this exchange of ideas, traditions, technologies, even germs, as we saw with the Columbian Exchange.
Exactly. And this exchange can lead to amazing things like the innovations and progress we saw during the spread of Islam and the Renaissance.
Right. But it can also lead to conflict, exploitation, and unintended consequences, like the Atlantic slave trade and the really devastating impacts of colonialism.
Absolutely. It's complex. There's no easy formula for understanding its effects. It's not always black and white, good or bad. It's often a mix of both, with unforeseen consequences that can ripple across generations.
History is messy.
It is. And to really understand these interactions, we need to approach them with empathy and a willingness to see the world through the eyes of others.
Step outside our own cultural bubbles.
Exactly. That kind of understanding is more important than ever in our increasingly globalized world.
So what are some questions we should be asking as we continue exploring these fascinating cultural interactions? What do we need to keep in mind?
Well, one question that comes to mind is how can we ensure that future interactions are more beneficial than harmful? How can we learn from the mistakes of the past and create a more just and equitable world?
That's a big question. How do we harness the power of cultural exchange for good and mitigate the potential downsides?
Another key question is, how do we balance the preservation of cultural diversity with the forces of globalization? How do we prevent homogenization while still embracing interconnectedness?
Right. It's a tricky balance, preserving what's unique while embracing the richness that comes from exchange.
Exactly. There are no easy answers. But by engaging in thoughtful dialogue, considering multiple perspectives, and being mindful of the past, we can try to create a future where cultural interaction is a force for positive change.
Okay, let's get into some specifics. We've talked about these broad trends, but let's zoom in on some of the amazing stories. Where do we begin?
Let's start with the Americas and look at the rise and fall of two incredible empires, the Aztecs and the Incas.
The Aztecs, with their magnificent city of Tenochtitlan, built on an island in a lake. Talk about engineering and urban planning.
Their empire, centered in present-day Mexico, was a complex society with advanced agriculture trade governance. Let's start with the Americas and look at the rise and fall of two incredible empires, the Aztecs and the Incas.
The Aztecs, with their magnificent city of Tenochtitlan, built on an island in a lake. Talk about engineering and urban planning.
Their empire, centered in present-day Mexico, was a complex. But by engaging in thoughtful dialogue, considering multiple perspectives, and being mindful of the past, we can try to create a future where cultural interaction is a force for positive change.
Okay, let's get into some specifics. We've talked about these broad trends, but let's zoom in on some of the amazing stories. Where do we begin?
Let's start with the Americas and look at the rise and fall of two incredible empires, the Aztecs and the Incas.
The Aztecs, with their magnificent city of Tenochtitlan, built on an island in a lake. Talk about engineering and urban planning.
Their empire, centered in present-day Mexico, was a complex society with advanced agriculture trade governance. Their religious beliefs played a huge role in their lives and interactions with other cultures. This whole cosmic cycle of creation and destruction.
And then you have the Incas. Their empire stretched along the Andes Mountains, encompassing so many different landscapes and cultures.
They were incredible builders. They created a vast network of roads and these impressive structures like Machu Picchu, and their record-keeping system using knotted cords called quipus is just one example of their ingenuity.
It's tragic that both empires ultimately fell to European conquerors. Their encounters with the Spanish in the 16th century were devastating. It's a major turning point in the history of the Americas.
These encounters were about more than just empires clashing. It was about different worldviews, ways of life values, and the effects are still felt today.
Okay. Let's shift focus to the Islamic world and its rich history of cultural exchange.
The Islamic Golden Age, from the 8th to the 13th centuries. It was this incredible period of intellectual and cultural flourishing. Cities like Baghdad and Cordoba became centers of learning, attracting scholars from all over.
And they weren't just preserving knowledge, they were building on it. Islamic scholars made groundbreaking contributions to math, astronomy, medicine, philosophy.
And importantly, they preserved ancient Greek and Roman texts, ensuring they survived and were eventually rediscovered in Europe. That rediscovery was key to the Renaissance and the scientific revolution.
It shows how the exchange of knowledge goes both ways. It's a constant flow of ideas and innovations, crossing borders and shaping civilizations.
And the Islamic world was also at the heart of this vast network of trade routes. The Silk Road, the Indian Ocean trade routes bustling with commerce carrying goods, but also ideas, technologies, religious beliefs.
Like cultural arteries, pumping new ideas and traditions across continents.
Exactly. That interconnectedness had a huge impact on the development of global civilization.
Let's jump ahead now to the Age of Exploration.
Starting in the 15th century, European exploration leads to new trade routes, the colonization of vast territories, the exchange of goods, ideas, and people across continents.
Explorers like Columbus, Magellan, Vasco da Gama, they completely changed the map in the course of history.
But we can't forget the dark side. European expansion also brought colonialism, European powers exploiting resources and subjugating indigenous populations.
Exploration and exchange, driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, can also have terrible consequences.
It's a complex legacy. We have to look at both the achievements and the injustices.
Okay, let's talk about the sharing of scientific knowledge.
The scientific revolution, starting in the 16th century, it was a period of incredible transformation, challenging traditional views of the world and leading to amazing discoveries.
Figures like Copernicus, Galileo, Newton. But this wasn't just a European phenomenon. Scientific knowledge has always crossed borders, influencing and being influenced by different cultures.
The Islamic world played a crucial role preserving and transmitting ancient Greek scientific texts, which became foundational to the scientific revolution in Europe.
It highlights how collaborative scientific advancement really is, different cultures building on each other's work over time.
Absolutely. Science is a global endeavor.
Now let's talk about democracy. It's had a monumental impact on the world.
Democracy, with its roots in ancient Greece, is based on the will of the people. But its journey has been long and difficult, full of revolutions, social movements, and the fight for human rights.
It's a reminder that democracy is fragile and precious, something we have to constantly defend and nurture.
And the path to democracy is never straight. The 20th century saw the rise of totalitarian regimes that challenged democratic ideals. We always need to be vigilant and committed to social justice and the rule of law.
Let's explore another powerful force shaping our world, the rise of global consumerism.
Driven by globalization and technology, global consumerism has led to a huge increase in the production and consumption of goods and services worldwide. We're constantly bombarded with advertising encouraged to buy.
It's become such a big part of our culture, but it has a cost, doesn't it?
It does. Global consumerism has contributed to environmental damage, economic inequality, and the exploitation of workers in developing countries. Our desire for more, for the newest and latest, has consequences.
We need to be more thoughtful about our choices as consumers and think about the ethical and environmental impact.
We need to be conscious consumers and advocate for policies that support sustainable consumption and production.
Finally, let's look at the rise of multiculturalism. It's both exciting and challenging.
Multiculturalism is the coexistence of diverse cultures in a society. It's growing all over the world. Cities like London, New York, Toronto are vibrant melting pots with people from all backgrounds contributing to this rich tapestry of traditions and perspectives.
It's amazing to think about the energy that comes from people of different backgrounds living and working together.
Multiculturalism can enrich societies in so many ways, bringing new ideas, traditions, and experiences. But it also has challenges. Navigating cultural differences, ensuring everyone has equal opportunities, fostering a real sense of belonging. It requires careful planning and ongoing dialogue.
Building a harmonious multicultural society is a process. It needs a foundation of respect, understanding, and a willingness to embrace differences.
It's a goal worth striving for. We need to be open-minded, empathetic, and committed to creating a world where everyone feels valued and respected.
What a journey through history. It's incredible to see these connections across time and space, from empires to pandemics to technologies. It's mind-blowing.
And at the heart of it all is this constant interplay of cultures, shaping and reshaping the course of human history.
Right. It's amazing to think that something like the Black Death back in the 14th century could still be influencing how we approach public health crises today.
Absolutely. History is not just a collection of isolated events. It's this interconnected tapestry. And understanding cultural interactions helps us see that bigger picture.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's the one key takeaway you'd want to leave our listener with?
I think the big takeaway is this. Cultural interaction is both a source of tremendous opportunity and a challenge that requires really careful consideration. We've seen how the exchange of ideas, technologies, traditions can lead to incredible innovation progress, a richer, more vibrant world.
But we've also seen the potential for conflict exploitation, those unintended consequences that can be so damaging.
Exactly. So as we move forward in this increasingly interconnected world, it's more important than ever to approach cultural differences with empathy, understanding, and a willingness to learn from the past.
To recognize that our world is shaped by these interactions. And that we all have a responsibility to make sure future exchanges are more beneficial than harmful.
Precisely. We can use the power of cultural exchange to create a more just, equitable, and sustainable world, but it takes conscious effort, open dialogue, and a real commitment to building bridges rather than walls.
That's a powerful message. Thank you for taking us on this incredible journey through time and across cultures.
It was my pleasure.
And to you, our listener. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the world of cultural interactions. We hope you learned something new and that you'll keep exploring these fascinating topics. See you on the next deep dive.
אוקיי, אז יופי. אין איזה דברים מפתיעים. בואו נראה מה אפשר עוד לעשות. אולי אפשר כאילו לבקש שהוא יעשה את העבודה שלי במקומי, וכאילו ייקח את את התרבויות האלה, וכאילו וישים אותם כאילו בהקשר של חלל, של כאילו כיבוש החלל. בוא נראה אם יש איזה ספר על כאילו איך הקטע שהרוב יהיה כאילו כל מיני מדע בדיוני, ואני לא מעוניין במדע בדיוני, אני מעוניין במדע. אז אני אכתוב פרקסיס. אוקיי. אבל שני זה משהו קצת יותר חדש, אבל זה התקופה שאנשים עוד היו אופטימיים שיהיה כאילו כיבוש החלל במציאות. אז זה כבר שכולם מטומטמים ומשחקים עם פייסבוק וטוויטר. בואו ננסה להוריד את הדבר הזה ואת הדבר הקודם. זה כבר נכשל. רגע. סטארק. אוקיי, בואו נראה כאילו עם מה שאמרנו עם הסטריאוטיפים והדברים שהם לא פוליטיקלי קורקט. בואו נעשה דאונלוד. אוקיי, זה פחות מ2 מגה, שזה מצוין. אתם זוכרים, הבעיה שלו הייתה שזה היה מדי גדול. אז זה לא מדי גדול. עכשיו זה נכשל. אוקיי. אז אני מקווה שימצא לי כאילו מקומות שכאילו, כי בדרך כלל כאילו הדברים האלה שכאילו לא אומרים, אבל הם כאילו, פעם היו אומרים אותם, זה עוזר להבין והם גם נכונים. אז בוא נראה. או יש בהם משהו, בוא נגיד. הייתי צריך לכתוב as possible, אבל אני מקווה שהוא יבין. אוקיי. אז בוא נראה אם הוא הצליח. הסתכלתי כמה זמן, אנחנו 2.5 עבר. 2:38 אם אני בטוח. אוקיי. בוא נשתיק אותי ולשקט ונשים שתשמעו מה אומרים מהפודקאסט. אני רק כאילו אתן למים לרתוח, ואז אני אעשה לי קפה, ואז אני אביא לפה ועוגיות, ואז אני אתחיל, בסדר? עוד דקה. להיות 7, קלאסי, ותכף אני אביא קפה. יופי, אז תחב.
All right, ready to dive into some history?
Always.
Today, we're taking a look at a classic, but maybe a little controversial work, Arnold J. Toynbee's A Study of History.
Oh, an ambitious one for sure.
Yeah, but we're not going to get lost in all those theories of civilizations rising and falling, at least not today. We're on the hunt for something a little different, maybe a bit more, well, awkward.
Uncomfortable even.
Yeah. We're digging for those stereotypes and outdated views that, well, let's just say they wouldn't make it into a modern history textbook.
Right, like opening up a time capsule and finding some opinions that have definitely aged poorly.
Exactly. But the thing is, it's not about judging Toynbee or his time. Right?
Of course not. It's more about understanding how perspectives have changed, how we've learned and grown.
Yeah. And maybe even spot some of those blind spots we might have today without realizing it.
Absolutely. So where do we start digging?
Well, one thing that jumps out right away is how Toynbee talks about early societies.
You mean his use of the term primitive man?
Yeah. Exactly. It's everywhere in the book.
Yeah.
Almost like a character in his story.
Right. And it kind of gives you that old-fashioned anthropological vibe.
Like something out of a Tarzan movie.
Exactly. And it reflects a big assumption back then, this idea that civilization goes in a straight line from primitive to, well, civilized.
So basically, if you don't have pyramids or a written legal code, you're not quite there yet.
Pretty much. And anthropologists today would totally disagree. They see complexity and sophistication in all human societies, no matter what their tech level is.
So calling a society primitive is kind of like slapping a judgment on them, saying they're less evolved.
Right. It's a value judgment, not an objective observation.
And it ignores the fact that a lot of these quote unquote primitive societies were incredibly resilient. They survived in environments that would challenge us today, even with all our fancy gadgets.
That's such a good point. And it reminds me of how Toynbee talks about primitive man always being at the mercy of nature.
But isn't that something we all deal with, even today? I mean, think about natural disasters, pandemics.
Yeah. Suddenly, all our technology doesn't seem quite so powerful anymore.
Makes you realize that vulnerability to nature is just part of being human, not just a primitive thing.
Exactly. So that whole primitive versus civilized thing, it's not just outdated, it's missing a really important point about what it means to be human.
All right, so we've already unearthed one stereotype, and it seems like we need to be careful about taking Toynbee's words at face value.
Definitely. There's a lot more to uncover.
So what else do we find as we dig deeper into this?
Well, let's talk about how Toynbee approaches the idea of race and civilizations developing.
Ooh, okay. I have a feeling this one might be a bit sensitive.
It is. We need to be careful here. Now, to be fair to Toynbee, he explicitly rejects the idea that race determines whether a society develops a civilization.
So at least he's pushing back against some of the really bad ideas of his time.
He is, and that's important. But then he uses language that suggests some environments are inherently more challenging, and so the people living there are like naturally driven to build civilizations.
So he's not saying it directly, but he's still implying that some groups are just better at it because of where they live.
Yeah, and that's tricky. It kind of downplays things like cultural exchange, historical accidents, and, just people making choices that shape how their societies develop.
It's like he's saying some groups are destined to succeed because of their environment, while others are stuck being primitive.
Right. And he even uses an example. He contrasts those harsh environments of early civilizations like Sumer and Egypt with supposedly easier environments of nomadic people.
But nomadic life is incredibly difficult. It takes a whole other set of skills and knowledge.
Absolutely. To call it easier just shows a lack of understanding about how complex and challenging that way of life is.
It's like saying it's easier to run a marathon than a sprint because you're running for longer.
Haha, perfect analogy. They both require different skills and strengths. So yeah, this whole idea that some environments are inherently more challenging, it's a form of environmental determinism, a theory that was, popular in the early 1900s, but has been largely debunked since then.
So it seems like Toynbee, even with good intentions, is still stuck in some of the assumptions of his time. He's trying to break free from those overtly racist ideas, but he's still kind of clinging to a hierarchy of civilizations based on, geography.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to read historical works with a critical eye, even if they're written by brilliant people like Toynbee. We have to consider the context, the prevailing ideas of the time, and how they might have influenced the author.
It's like trying to understand a song without knowing anything about the composer, the instruments they used, or what was happening in the worlds when they wrote it. You might enjoy the tune, but you're missing a whole layer of meaning.
Exactly. And that's what makes these deep dives so interesting. We're not just uncovering outdated stereotypes, we're learning how to be more thoughtful and informed readers of history.
Okay, so we've explored Toynbee's ideas about primitive man and his kind of complicated take on race and civilization. What else awaits us in a study of history?
Well, next time we'll tackle his use of the term barbarians and how it shows that classic us versus them thinking that was pretty common back then.
Sounds like we're in for some serious cultural clashes. I can't wait. Until then, keep those history books handy, and we'll be back with part 2 of our deep dive into Arnold J. Toynbee's A Study of History.
Back again for more of our Toynbee deep dive. Last time we dug up some interesting stereotypes, about primitive man and how the environment supposedly shapes civilizations.
Yeah, it really made you think about how even brilliant minds like Toynbee could be influenced by, well, the ideas floating around back then, even if they seem kind of off today.
Totally. And as we dig deeper, we're going to find even more of these hidden biases. They often hide beneath those grand historical narratives.
So what's next on our list of uncomfortable stereotypes?
Well, one that Toynbee uses a lot is the term barbarians, especially when he's talking about civilizations falling apart.
Ah, yeah, that classic image of hordes coming in and destroying everything. It's like a staple in movies and historical fiction.
It is, and Toynbee kind of plays into that whole thing. He paints barbarians as violent and destructive without the cultural sophistication of the civilizations they're, threatening. They're this chaotic force, the opposite of order and progress.
So it's that us versus them kind of thinking. The civilized world against the savage hordes.
Exactly. And that view was super common in historical writing back then. It reflected this idea of European superiority, Western civilization was the peak of human achievement, and everyone else was, less developed.
But as we talked about before, that's not just outdated, it's super simplistic. It ignores how cultures actually interact, the way different groups influenced each other throughout history.
Absolutely. And when we look closely at history, we see that these interactions weren't just about conquering and destroying. There was often trade, diplomacy, sharing of ideas, even people marrying across cultures.
Toynbee even talks about how barbarians were drawn to the wealth and order of civilizations, eventually overwhelming them from the inside.
Yeah, and that plays into another stereotype, the idea that barbarians are naturally attracted to the fancy stuff of civilization, they can't resist temptation or, make their own choices.
But isn't that kind of looking down on them? Assuming they're not capable of rational thought or acting in their own best interests?
Exactly. And it ignores that these barbarian groups often had their own complex social structures, their own political systems, and their own values. They weren't just a mindless mob driven by greed or envy.
So Toynbee's use of barbarians isn't just inaccurate, it also keeps those harmful stereotypes alive about people from different cultures. It's a good reminder that words matter, even if they seem harmless at first. They can carry a lot of baggage.
Couldn't agree more. And this leads us to another stereotype Toynbee seems to struggle with: nomadic life.
Oh yeah, I remember this from when we were prepping. He doesn't seem too impressed with people who, don't settle down in one place.
Nope, not at all. He actually goes as far as to suggest that nomadism is kind of, immoral.
Seriously, immoral. It's a bad thing to travel and move around.
Well, he doesn't say bad exactly, but he sees it as a failure to progress. He contrasts the dynamic nature of civilizations with this supposed static nature of nomadic life.
So because they're not building empires and cities, he thinks they're stuck in some cultural time warp.
Pretty much. And that shows a bias towards settled agricultural societies as the gold standard of civilization. This idea that progress has to go in a straight line. From simple to complex, nomad to settled, rural to urban.
But that's such a limited view of history. Nomadic cultures have contributed so much to art, music, literature, even science and technology.
Exactly. Think about the Mongols. They built the largest connected land empire in history. From the Pacific to Eastern Europe, they were masters of horses, warfare, and diplomacy. But Toynbee would probably still see them as barbarians because, they didn't fit his definition of civilized.
It's wild how much our understanding of history has changed since then.
Yeah.
We appreciate the diversity of human cultures now and the unique ways different societies have adapted, no matter where they live.
Absolutely. And that brings us to another problem in Toynbee's work: his tendency to romanticize the past, especially ancient Greece.
Oh yeah, the golden age of Greece.
Yeah.
The birthplace of democracy, philosophy, and those incredible sculptures. Everyone loves a good toga party, right?
Right. But the thing is, that romanticized view often skips over the not-so-great parts of ancient Greek society.
Like slavery, or the fact that only a small group of people could actually participate in Athenian democracy, all the constant warfare and political chaos.
Exactly. Toynbee focuses on their achievements in philosophy and art, but he downplays the social and political realities that made those things possible.
It's like admiring a beautiful building, but ignoring the people who built it, the materials, or the impact it had on the environment. You only see the surface.
Exactly. And that tendency to romanticize the past can be dangerous. It stops us from seeing how complex and contradictory history really is.
It also stops us from learning from those past mistakes.
Yeah.
If we only see the good stuff, we might just keep repeating the same errors.
So true. It's important to be critical, to be aware of our own biases, and to challenge those traditional stories we've been told.
Okay, we found a bunch of stereotypes and outdated ideas in Toynbee's A Study of History. But I'm curious, why is it so important to talk about this stuff? Why not just focus on the good parts of his work?
Great question. I think it's important to acknowledge these problematic parts for a few reasons. First, it helps us be more critical readers of history. By understanding the limits of Toynbee's perspective, we can better evaluate his arguments and see if they hold up.
So it's like learning how to spot fake news, but for history.
Exactly. Second, it reminds us that history isn't set in stone. It's always evolving. As we learn more about the past, our interpretations change, and so do our views about historical events and figures.
And what's the third reason?
It helps us see our own biases. By looking at what shaped Toynbee's work, those assumptions and stereotypes, we become more aware of how our own views might be affecting how we understand history.
So it's not just about picking on Toynbee, it's about using his work to look inward too.
Exactly. That's what makes these deep dives so valuable. It's not just about learning facts, it's about learning how to think about the past in a more critical and nuanced way.
Well said. We've covered a lot of ground in this part of our deep dive. What's next?
Next time, we're going to explore how Toynbee saw civilizations interacting, especially when things get a bit uneven. Get ready for some cultural clashes and power dynamics.
Sounds intriguing. Can't wait to see what other stereotypes we uncover. Until then, keep those history books open, and we'll see you back here for the final part of our deep dive into Arnold J. Toynbee's A Study of History. All right, welcome back to our deep dive into Toynbee. We've been on quite a journey, haven't we? Unearthing some pretty outdated stereotypes along the way.
Yeah, it's amazing how much we've uncovered. It really shows you how much assumptions and biases of the time can shape even the most brilliant minds, like Toynbee's.
Definitely makes you think, what kind of stereotypes are we unknowingly passing along today?
That's a thought-provoking question. It reminds us that we all see the world through our own cultural lens, right? And it's crucial to be aware of that, especially when trying to understand the past.
Yeah. Like imagine someone 100 years from now reading our work and going, whoa, those 21st century folks had some pretty strange ideas.
Right. It's a humbling thought, but that's why these discussions are so important, to challenge our own assumptions and be open to new perspectives.
Absolutely. So for this last leg of our deep dive, we're tackling how Toynbee saw civilizations interacting, especially when there's a power imbalance. Sounds like we're about to get into some pretty intense cultural clashes and power dynamics.
We are. Toynbee spends a good chunk of A Study of History on what he calls contacts between civilizations in space. He's really interested in those moments when a stronger civilization bumps into a weaker one.
And I'm guessing those encounters don't always end with a group hug.
Not always. Toynbee sees potential for both conflict and cooperation.
Yeah.
But he also acknowledges that power dynamics often end up dictating what happens.
So what happens when a less powerful civilization is staring down a more dominant one? Does Toynbee offer any insights into how they might react?
He does. He talks about two main responses, Herodianism and Zealotism.
Okay, those are some pretty loaded terms. Break them down for us. What's the difference?
Well, to get it, we got to go back to ancient Judea under Roman rule. Toynbee borrows these names from figures in Jewish history. Herod, who cooperated with the Roman Empire, and the Zealots, who, fiercely resisted.
So classic collaboration versus resistance. Play nice or fight back.
You got it. In Toynbee's view, Herodianism is all about accommodation. It means adopting bits and pieces of the stronger civilizations, culture, language, even their religion, to, survive and maybe even thrive under their rule.
So like the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Become more like them to avoid conflict.
Right. It's practical, for sure, but it often means compromising some of your own traditions and values. It's like trying to blend in to make yourself less of a target for the dominant power.
And what about zealotism? Sounds a bit more rebellious.
It is. Toynbee sees zealotism as a total rejection of that encroaching civilization. It's about holding on to your own identity, your beliefs, your way of life, even when facing a much stronger force.
So it's like a fight to the death for cultural preservation. No compromise, no surrender.
It can be that intense. Zealots are often seen as uncompromising, even fanatical in their resistance to any outside influence. They're willing to fight to the very end to protect their culture.
Sounds like Toynbee is setting up a cultural tug-of-war here. But is he saying one approach is better? Is Herodianism the smart move and Zealotism the foolish one?
That's the thing. I don't think Toynbee gives a simple answer. He sees both Herodianism and Zealotism as having their ups and downs.
So it's not about picking sides, but understanding the complexities of each response.
Exactly. Herodianism might offer some stability, maybe even prosperity, but you risk cultural assimilation, losing your unique identity. Zealotism might preserve your culture, but could also lead to violent conflict, maybe even complete destruction.
Toynbee seems to be recognizing the tough choices civilizations face when they're up against a more powerful force. No easy answers, and every path has its own consequences.
Exactly, and that's where it gets really fascinating. He suggests that successful civilizations need to find a balance between those two extremes, being able to adapt to change without completely losing what makes them unique.
So it's about walking that tightrope.
Right.
Engaging with other cultures without getting completely swallowed up by them.
Yeah. Holding on to your own cultural core while also being open to new ideas and influences.
It sounds like an incredibly difficult balance to strike.
It is. And it's something civilizations have grappled with throughout history.
This whole conversation has been a great example of that, wouldn't you say? We've explored Toynbee's work, appreciating his brilliant insights, but also being honest about those biases and outdated views.
Absolutely. It's been a real journey of discovery, both intellectually and personally.
And that's what the deep dive is all about, right? Taking on these complex topics, questioning what we think we know, and hopefully ending up with a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us.
Perfectly put. It's been fantastic diving deep with you. Hope our listeners have enjoyed the ride too.
And on that note, a huge thank you to everyone for joining us on this exploration of Arnold J. Toynbee's A Study of History. We hope this has sparked your curiosity to pick up a history book, maybe challenge some of your own assumptions, and keep on diving deep into the fascinating world of the past.
אוקיי, יפה. אז בואו נראה מה מצב ההורדות. נכשל עוד פעם. מה נכשל? Migrating beyond Earth. כן, תכף פה אני שם את זה. בעצם אני אעשה לי עוד אחד, זה טייסטרס צ'ויס. בלי, סליחה, עם קפאין, לשמור אותי, ואני אעשה עוד אחד כאילו בלי קפאין, שאני לא אצליח להירדם אחרי זה. אז אני אעשה לי עוד אחד אותו דבר בלי קפאין. אוקיי, יופי. אז נסיים את זה גם. בטעות הורדתי את זה פעמיים. אז את מה הוא לא הצליח? אוקיי, אז כנראה את זה הוא לא הצליח. נוריד את זה. רגע, יופי, זה סיים להוריד, קודם כל זה מצוין. המספרים פה נראה לי שגם את זה כבר הורדתי. טוב, אני קצת מבולבל עם הדברים האלה, אבל עדיף שיש פעמיים מאשר שאין אפילו פעם אחת. בוא נראה אם יש עוד משהו שאפשר להוריד מאותה סדרה. בוא נראה את זה. אוקיי, אז מה נשמע אם זה יצליח לתרגם מרוסית? אני סתם עשיתי ניסוי כי סקרן אותי אם זה יעשה, למרות שזה מאמר ברוסית.
Welcome to another deep dive. Today we are exploring a topic that I think affects all of us, whether you realize it or not.
Right.
And that is the development of cities.
Yes.
And this intriguing world of urban planning.
Absolutely.
Our source material today offers a unique lens, a historical one, about how cities grappled with growth, explosive growth.
It was crazy.
And the ripple effects.
Oh, yeah.
Way beyond just crowded streets.
It's fascinating to see this period where cities just went from like 12.5 million to 48 million residents.
That's incredible.
Just a few decades.
Yeah.
It wasn't just about building more houses.
Right.
It reshaped social structures.
Interesting.
And it birthed new architectural styles and even created entirely new industries.
Wow.
It's really incredible.
You're right. It's like this chain reaction.
Oh, yeah.
The source mentions needing to build 300 to 500,000 apartments.
Oh, my God. Every year.
Just to keep pace.
Yeah, just to keep pace.
I mean, did they just run out of space?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It's more that the way they approached urban planning back then kind of led to these sprawling cities that just weren't very efficient.
So less about physical space?
Yeah.
More about
the planning of the space?
Right, and how it was being used.
Exactly.
Interesting.
So imagine you move to the city for opportunity, but end up far from everything.
I see.
Relying on a system that's struggling to keep up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So surprised that
new approaches had to emerge.
Yeah, new approaches had to come out of this.
Okay, this source talks about these terms like point building and linear city.
Yes.
But it's all in Russian, so I'm a bit lost.
Okay, yeah.
What were these new ideas all about?
So those terms translate to point building and linear city. Point building was trying to create these self-contained communities.
Okay.
Almost like mini cities.
Interesting.
With housing jobs and amenities.
Wow.
All in one area.
So very localized.
Yeah, think of it as like a way to combat sprawl. And also foster a sense of community.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then on the other hand, linear city was this radical concept.
What is that?
It was imagining cities stretching out in long lines along transportation routes.
So like a straight line.
Almost like a futuristic interconnected ribbon.
That's so wild to think about.
Yeah.
It's like these ideas born out of necessity are trying to tackle challenges that many cities still face today.
Exactly.
So were these ideas actually put into practice? Did they actually build these linear cities?
Not exactly, at least not in their purest forms. It was more like these concepts were theoretical frameworks that really influenced how planners thought about urban spaces.
It's kind of a new way of thinking about it.
Exactly. For example, the idea of self-contained communities is something you see reflected in a lot of modern urban developments.
I see.
Even if they don't strictly adhere to that point building model.
So almost like an evolution of that original idea.
Exactly.
It's like these early ideas, even if not fully realized, still shaped how we build today.
I think that's a great point.
It sounds like there was this growing awareness that just cramming people into any available space wasn't going to work.
Not a long-term solution.
In the long run.
Yeah.
What was the turning point? When did they start thinking about quality of life?
You know, the source kind of suggests that this shift began when the sheer scale of the problems became impossible to ignore.
So it was just too big.
It was just too much. It's like they hit this breaking point where simply building more wasn't enough. They had to start building better.
Okay, so they realized bigger isn't always better.
Right.
What did they actually start doing differently?
Well, one of the most significant changes was a greater emphasis on public spaces and amenities.
Interesting.
Instead of just focusing on housing and infrastructure, planners started incorporating green spaces, parks, recreational areas into their designs.
So it's not just about like the buildings themselves.
Right.
It's about the spaces around them.
Yeah, they recognized that these elements weren't just nice to haves.
Right.
They were essential parts of a healthy, vibrant urban environment.
So it's not just about concrete and steel anymore.
Right.
It's about trees and parks too.
Exactly.
Did this focus on quality of life change the look and feel of cities?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, this period saw the emergence of these new architectural styles.
Interesting.
That prioritized light, air, and connection to nature.
Okay.
Think about those grand boulevards lined with trees.
I see.
Or apartment buildings with courtyards and balconies.
Yeah.
Designed for social interaction.
Right. So it's not just about being outside. It's about being able to...
It's bringing that outside.
Interact with each other.
And to the design of the buildings.
These are all reflections.
It really is.
Of this new mindset.
Yeah, this changing mindset.
It's fascinating to think about how the
Hey everyone, welcome back. Ready for another deep dive. Today, we're tackling a planet that's been in the news a lot lately, Venus. We're going to use some pretty cool NASA research for this one. And there's this scientific paper everyone's talking about. It really gets into whether Venus could have ever had life, or even still have it now.
Right.
I mean, Venus is known as Earth's twin.
Yeah.
But it's also this super hot, toxic place. So how could anything possibly live there?
Yeah, well, it's true. The surface of Venus is, let's just say it's not very welcoming. We're talking like 900 degrees Fahrenheit.
Whoa. Like 9 times hotter than boiling water?
Yeah, basically. Okay. And the pressure. Imagine being 3,000 feet underwater. It's crushing.
And the air is like mostly carbon dioxide with clouds of sulfuric acid. Definitely not a place you'd want to take a stroll.
Right, exactly.
But the thing is, we have these 2 NASA studies about a mission called HAVOC. It stands for High Altitude Venus Operational Concept. And they suggest that maybe, just maybe, exploring Venus isn't as crazy as it sounds.
Well, the key is to think about the atmosphere, not the surface.
So like way up high in the clouds.
Yeah, about 50 kilometers up. It's wild. But up there, the pressure is similar to Earth's, and the gravity, and even the radiation shielding.
No way. So you're telling me there's a zone on Venus that's kind of sort of like Earth? That's pretty amazing. But wait, what about breathing? Could we even breathe up there?
Well, that's where it gets really interesting. The air we breathe, oxygen and nitrogen, it would actually act as a lifting gas at that altitude on Venus.
Like a hot air balloon.
Exactly. It would make things float. Okay,
so we could have a balloon filled with breathable air just floating around Venus. I'm starting to see why NASA's interested in this.
Oh, yeah. This HAVOC idea is a whole multi-phased plan. Robotic missions first, then crewed missions in this huge airship. Like, imagine a cloud city above the Venusian hellscape.
That's some serious sci-fi stuff right there.
Totally.
But realistically, how would we even get to Venus? Isn't it like crazy hot when you enter the atmosphere?
It is a huge challenge. We're talking about entering at supersonic speeds. And the heat. Enough to melt most materials. So we need some super advanced heat shields and supersonic decelerators. Things we don't really have yet.
I figured. Sounds like they'd have to invent a whole new kind of technology.
Pretty much. And then there's the airship itself. Imagine a cloud city float.
Okay, so we could have a balloon filled with breathable air just floating around Venus. I'm starting to see why NASA's interested in this.
Oh, yeah. This HAVOC idea is a whole multi-phased plan. Robotic missions first, then crewed missions in this huge airship. Like, imagine a cloud city above the Venusian hellscape.
That's some serious sci-fi stuff right there.
Totally.
But realistically, how would we even get to Venus? Isn't it like crazy hot when you enter the atmosphere?
It is a huge challenge. We're talking about entering at supersonic speeds. And the heat. Enough to melt most materials. So we need some super advanced heat shields and supersonic decelerators. Things we don't really have yet.
I figured. Sounds like they'd have to invent a whole new kind of technology.
Pretty much. And then there's the airship itself. Imagine trying to inflate a giant balloon in that environment.
How would they even get something that big up there?
Well, they actually built a model to test this. It has to fold up super compact to fit inside a rocket fairing. And then it would have to unfold and inflate perfectly once it reaches the right altitude.
So this is like serious engineering, super complicated stuff.
Extremely complicated, but potentially doable, if you can imagine it. Someone's probably trying to figure out how to build it.
But what about those sulfuric acid clouds? I mean, wouldn't that just eat away at anything we send up there?
It's a big concern, for sure. Sulfuric acid is, well, it's not exactly friendly to most materials.
So what, they'd have to coat the airship in some sort of space-age super material?
That's what you'd think, right. But here's the crazy part. They found that Teflon, the stuff on nonstick pans, actually holds up really well against sulfuric acid.
What? Teflon? You're kidding, right?
Nope. They did all these tests and found that even after a month in concentrated sulfuric acid, Teflon still let through like 90% of light.
Wow. That's like some serious resilience right there. It's amazing what they can do with material science these days.
Yeah, it really is. When we're talking about whether Venus could have supported life, we really have to think about its geology, and specifically plate tectonics.
Okay, hold on a sec. Plate tectonics, that's like earthquakes and volcanoes and stuff, right? I'm more of a space guy, not so much a geology expert.
Right. Well, think of it this way. The Earth's crust is kind of like a giant jigsaw puzzle. And these pieces, they're called tectonic plates. They're always moving around, bumping into each other. That's what causes those earthquakes and volcanoes. And it also helped shape the planet's surface and its climate.
Okay, I get the Earth part. But how does this relate to Venus?
So Venus doesn't have plate tectonics exactly like Earth does. At least not that we can tell right now. But get this. Some scientists think that billions of years ago, Venus's plates might have moved around a lot more, like Earth's do now.
So you're saying Venus might have had a more active period, tectonically speaking, way back when. But how would that affect whether or not life could exist? It seems like a pretty big jump.
It all comes down to carbon dioxide. You see, on Earth, volcanoes release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere.
Right, CO2, a greenhouse gas.
Exactly. But on Earth, a lot of that CO2 gets absorbed by rocks and eventually gets pulled back down into the Earth through subduction, where one tectonic plate slides under another.
So it's like a cycle, keeping the CO2 levels in check.
Yeah, it's a kind of balancing act. But on Venus, well, without these active plate tectonics, the carbon dioxide just kept building up in the atmosphere, and that led to this runaway greenhouse effect. That's why it's so incredibly hot there now.
So Venus got stuck with all that CO2 and basically turned into a giant oven.
Pretty much. So you can see how the geology of a planet, like how its plates move or don't move, can really affect its climate and its potential for life.
Yeah, it's all connected, isn't it? Okay, so let's talk about these extremophiles, those tiny organisms that might be living in the Venusian clouds. It's pretty dry up there, right? And sulfuric acid, how could anything possibly survive that?
It's definitely extreme, no doubt about it. But life is full of surprises. I mean, think about all the crazy places we found life here on Earth. Boiling hot springs, the freezing depths of the ocean, places with tons of radiation. Life finds a way.
Like those microbes living in those volcanic vents on the ocean floor. Talk about tough. But could they give us any clues about what might be possible on Venus?
Absolutely. By studying extremophiles here on Earth, we can learn about, well, the limits of life, how it adapts to extreme conditions. And then we can start to imagine what kind of life forms might be able to hack it in the Venusian clouds.
So we're talking about life that's totally different from anything we've ever seen before.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, these hypothetical Venusian microbes, they'd have to be super specialized. Maybe they use chemical processes we haven't even discovered yet. Like they could get their energy from things we consider poisonous. It's called chemosynthesis.
So instead of using sunlight like plants do, they might be using what? Sulfur compounds, volcanic gases. It's starting to sound like something out of a sci-fi movie.
It might sound far out, but it's a real possibility. And exploring these possibilities, that's how we expand our understanding of what life could be. And Venus, with its wild environment, it's the perfect place to test these ideas.
Okay, I have to admit, the thought of tiny life forms just floating around in those acid clouds is kind of freaky, but also kind of awesome. It makes you realize how much we still don't know about life in the universe. But what about larger life forms? Anything bigger than microbes? Could something like that exist up there?
That's a good question. And honestly, it's tough to say for sure. I mean, the challenges for larger organisms would be huge. The dryness, the acid, the radiation, it's a lot to overcome.
But hey, we've seen some pretty weird and resilient creatures here on Earth, so I guess we can't rule out the possibility of something unexpected hanging out in those Venusian clouds, right?
Exactly. Never underestimate the power of life to adapt. Even if we only find evidence of microbial life, it would be a monumental discovery.
I can only imagine. To find life, any kind of life, on another planet, it would be a game changer. We wouldn't be alone anymore. It would mean that life isn't just this fluke, that it can exist in all sorts of crazy places.
It would change everything, our whole understanding of the universe, and would make us even more curious about what else is out there.
For sure. But let's be practical for a second. Besides all the cool science stuff, are there any real world reasons to explore Venus? What's in it for us here on Earth?
Exploring Venus, it could lead to some amazing technological breakthroughs. I mean, if we can figure out how to build things that can survive in that crazy Venusian atmosphere, think of the applications here on Earth.
Yeah, like for exploring the deep sea or dealing with extreme weather.
Exactly. What we learn from Venus, it could help us in so many ways. It's an investment in our future, not just scientifically, but technologically too.
So it's not just about what we can learn about Venus, but also about what Venus can teach us about ourselves and our own planet.
That's a great way to put it. When we explore other worlds, it helps us see our own planet in a new light, to appreciate how special and fragile it is.
It's a reminder that we're all part of this big interconnected cosmic web. What happens on Venus or anywhere else in space, it can affect us here on Earth. It's kind of mind-blowing to think about, all those secrets Venus is hiding under those thick clouds.
Yeah, it really makes you realize how much we still have to learn about our own solar system.
And how much is out there waiting to be discovered beyond Earth.
Totally. I mean, Venus is a perfect example, right? It seems like this totally hostile, deadly place. But who knows? Maybe it holds clues about how life began.
Yeah, it challenges everything we think we know about where life can exist. It makes you think about all sorts of possibilities.
Uh-huh. We're always learning new things, rethinking what we thought we knew about the universe.
So basically, Venus might not be that tropical paradise some folks imagined way back when, but it's definitely more than just a boring, scorched wasteland.
Right. It's a planet of extremes, crazy heat on the surface. But then those surprisingly Earth-like conditions high in the clouds.
A planet that could have been the first place life appeared in our solar system, and maybe, just maybe, it still has life clinging on somewhere.
Even if we don't find any actual life on Venus, just exploring it will teach us so much about how planets work and about the possibilities for life on other worlds.
It's an amazing journey of discovery, and we're just taking the first steps.
Yeah, that's what makes it so exciting.
Well, we've covered a lot of ground today in our deep dive into Venus, but before we go, I want to leave you with something to think about. What if, and just imagine this for a second, what if we sent a mission to Venus and we found proof of life? Not just fossils or signs that life used to be there, but actual living organisms in those clouds. How do you think that would change things?
Wow, that's a big question. It would turn everything upside down, wouldn't it? I mean, for science, for philosophy, for everything. It would force us to completely rethink what life is and how it works.
It would mean we're not alone in the universe, that life isn't this rare, special thing that only happened on Earth. It would mean life can exist anywhere, under any conditions almost.
It would change our whole perspective on everything, our place in the universe, knowing that we're not the only ones out here, that there could be all sorts of incredible life forms out there just waiting to be discovered.
It would make us even more determined to explore space, right? To see what else is out there, what other kinds of life might exist.
Absolutely. And it might make us appreciate life on Earth even more.
Yeah.
To realize how fragile and precious it is.
What a thought. Well, that's all the time we have for today's deep dive into Venus. Keep looking up at the stars, keep exploring, and never stop asking questions. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the deep dive. Ever imagine living in a floating city, above the scorching surface of Venus?
Sounds like science fiction, right?
Well, today we're diving deep into some fascinating NASA research, exploring that very possibility.
It's a pretty wild concept.
We're going to be unpacking the HAVOC study.
Okay.
That's High Altitude Venus Operational Concept.
Right.
A multi-phase plan for exploring and eventually inhabiting the Venusian atmosphere.
Ambitious, for sure.
Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to understand the technical challenges and potential solutions for building a human colony in the clouds of Venus.
A cloud city.
Yeah.
It's a bold vision, that's for sure. But what's fascinating is that it's not as far-fetched as it might seem.
Okay, so Venus, it's got a reputation, right? Scorching hot, crushing pressure, not exactly a vacation destination.
Not yet, at least.
So why Venus? Why not just stick with Mars?
Well, Venus has some surprising advantages, especially when it comes to travel time. It's actually closer to Earth than Mars.
Oh, really?
This means shorter missions, more frequent launch windows, and potentially quicker communication back and forth.
So a bit more convenient for those weekend trips back home, huh?
Well, maybe not weekend trips, but think of it this way. The technologies we develop for a Venus mission could actually be a stepping stone for future Mars missions. It's like a test run in a slightly less extreme environment.
Interesting. So we're using Venus to pave the way to Mars. But let's get real for a second. Venus's surface is a hellscape. We're talking temperatures hot enough to melt lead and pressure that would crush a submarine. How are we going to build anything, let alone a colony in that?
You're right. The surface is a non-starter.
Yeah.
But what's remarkable about Venus is that while the surface is a furnace, the upper atmosphere tells a very different story.
Oh, so we're not talking about building on the surface.
Absolutely not. The key here is altitude. Around 50 kilometers above the surface, things get really interesting. The pressure and temperature become much more Earth-like.
Hold on. Are you saying there's a sweet spot in the Venusian atmosphere that's actually habitable?
Habitable is a strong word.
Okay.
But it's definitely more hospitable than the surface. At that altitude, the pressure is similar to Earth's sea level, and the temperature is surprisingly mild, maybe even comfortable with the right technology. Plus, you get natural protection from solar radiation.
Okay, I'm officially intrigued. So we're talking about building some kind of floating city in the clouds.
Precisely. And that's where the HAVOC concept comes in. NASA envisions massive airships. Think of them as gigantic blimps, but more like floating cities.
Wow.
That would house habitats, laboratories, and everything needed for long-term human presence.
Floating cities. I'm trying to wrap my head around the scale of this. How do you even begin to build something like that in space, let alone on Venus?
It's a multi-stage process, and each stage presents its own unique set of challenges. The first hurdle is getting the airship components and our intrepid crew from Earth to Venus.
So we're launching a bunch of giant blimp parts into space. What kind of rocket are we talking about here?
Interestingly, you might not need a custom-built behemoth for this. The airship, when packaged in its aeroshell for launch, is about the size of a Saturn V second stage.
Oh, wow.
We could potentially leverage existing commercial launch vehicles for this part.
Okay, that's one hurdle cleared.
Yeah.
So we've got our spaceship packed with blimp parts hurtling towards Venus. What's next?
Next comes a critical maneuver called aerocapture.
Aerocapture.
Instead of relying solely on rockets to slow down the spacecraft, uses Venus's atmosphere to create drag and reduce its speed. This saves a tremendous amount of fuel and allows us to insert the spacecraft into orbit around Venus.
So we're basically using the planet's atmosphere as a giant breaker. Clever. But I imagine it's not as simple as just skimming through the atmosphere, right?
You're absolutely right. Aero capture is a delicate dance. You have to hit the atmosphere at precisely the right angle and velocity. Too steep and you risk burning up. Too shallow and you might skip right back out into space.
Okay, so we've threaded the needle and we're slowing down in Venus's atmosphere. Now what? How do we actually get this airship deployed and inflated?
That's where things get even more complex. It involves a multi-stage process. A heat shield to protect the craft from the initial atmospheric friction, a special kind of parachute to further slow the descent, and then finally the airship would inflate like a giant balloon.
I can only imagine the calculations involved in deploying a giant airship in such a dense atmosphere. And wasn't there something about sulfuric acid being a problem in the Venusian atmosphere?
You're right. Sulfuric acid droplets are definitely a concern, especially for the long-term durability of the airship.
So we've got to worry about acid rain on Venus too.
In a way, yes. But there are potential solutions, like using acid-resistant materials for the airship's envelope and developing protective coatings for sensitive equipment.
All right, so we've launched from Earth-survived a harrowing aero capture, deployed a giant airship, and we're hopefully not dissolving in acid rain. We've come a long way. But I'm guessing we've only just scratched the surface of the challenges involved in building a cloud city on Venus. Where do we go from here?
You're absolutely right. We've only just begun to unpack the complexities of building a cloud city on Venus. Now that we've got our airship safely deployed and floating at that sweet spot 50 kilometers above the surface,
Right.
the real work begins.
Okay, so we're no longer plummeting through a hostile atmosphere. We're hanging out in our giant, hopefully acid-resistant blimp. What's next on the construction to-do list?
Well, think of it this way. We've got the shell of our city, but now we need to make it livable.
Right.
We need to create a self-contained environment that can support human life for extended periods. And that's where the design of the airship's gondola comes into play.
The gondola. Remind me what that is again?
The gondola is the structure suspended beneath the airship's envelope. It's essentially the heart of our cloud city, the place where our intrepid Venusian colonists will live, work, and conduct their research.
So it's not just a big empty balloon. We're talking about a multi-level structure with living quarters, laboratories, all the essentials for human survival.
Exactly. The gondola is a marvel of engineering designed to address the unique challenges of living in the Venusian atmosphere. It'll need to be pressurized to maintain a breathable atmosphere for the crew, shielded from the sulfuric acid, and capable of regulating temperature and humidity to create a comfortable living environment.
Okay, so it's like a giant self-sustaining biodome hanging from a blimp. But Venus is still a pretty alien environment. What are some of the biggest hurdles to creating a livable space up there?
One of the most pressing challenges is air. Humans need oxygen to breathe, and the Venusian atmosphere is mostly carbon dioxide. So we'll need a sophisticated life support system that can constantly scrub CO2 from the air and replenish oxygen levels.
So we're talking about creating a mini Earth atmosphere inside this gondola. That sounds like a tall order.
It is, but we already have some experience with this on the International Space Station.
Oh, right.
They use systems that absorb carbon dioxide and split water molecules to generate oxygen. We can adapt and scale up these technologies for a Venusian colony.
Interesting. So we're taking lessons learned from the ISS and applying them to our cloud city. What about water? Where are we going to get enough water to sustain a human colony?
That's another challenge, but there are a few potential solutions. We could ship water from Earth, but that's incredibly expensive and inefficient.
Yeah, space shipping rates are probably astronomical.
Exactly. A more sustainable solution would be to find a way to extract water from the Venusian atmosphere itself.
Wait, extract water from that scorching acidic atmosphere? How is that even possible?
Remember how we talked about the presence of sulfuric acid in the atmosphere? Well, sulfuric acid is a molecule made up of hydrogen, sulfur, and oxygen.
So theoretically, we could break down those sulfuric acid molecules and get water as a byproduct.
Precisely. It's a complex chemical process, but it's something NASA researchers are actively exploring.
That's pretty amazing. We're talking about turning a toxic element of the Venusian atmosphere into a life-sustaining resource. Okay, so we've got air and water figured out. What about food? We can't exactly order pizza delivery to a floating city on Venus.
You're right, takeout is probably not an option. For food production, we'll likely rely on a combination of hydroponics and controlled environment agriculture. Think of it as high-tech indoor farming.
Hydroponics growing plants in a nutrient-rich water solution. Right. I've seen that on documentaries about sustainable living.
Exactly. And in the controlled environment of the gondola, we can optimize growing conditions, temperature, humidity, light, to maximize crop yields.
So we're talking about creating a self-sufficient food system in the clouds of Venus. Impressive. But even with hydroponics, we'll need energy to power all of this, the life support systems, the climate control, the lights for growing food. Where are we getting our energy from?
Solar power would be our primary source of energy. And you might be surprised to learn that solar panels could actually be more efficient on Venus than on Earth.
Wait, really? I would have thought the thick Venusian atmosphere would block out most of the sunlight.
Venus actually receives significantly more solar energy than Earth due to its closer proximity to the sun. While the atmosphere does scatter some sunlight, we can design high-efficiency solar panels that are optimized for the Venusian spectrum.
So we're using the sun's energy to power our floating city. That's pretty cool. But what about when Venus is facing away from the sun? Do we just shut down everything and wait for daylight?
Of course, to its closer proximity to the sun. While the atmosphere does scatter some sunlight, we can design high-efficiency solar panels that are optimized for the Venusian spectrum.
So we're using the sun's energy to power our floating city. That's pretty cool. But what about when Venus is facing away from the sun? Do we just shut down everything and wait for daylight?
Of course not. We'll need to develop robust energy storage solutions to provide power during the Venusian night. Think advanced batteries or even systems that store energy as heat or compressed air.
So we're talking about a 247 operation up there. We've got air, water, food energy. We're really starting to paint a picture of what it would take to live on Venus. But I have to ask, what about the human element? What would daily life be like for those living in this cloud city? I imagine it would be a pretty unique experience.
It certainly would be. Life on a Venusian airship would be unlike anything we've ever experienced. And as we continue exploring the technical challenges, we also need to consider the psychological and social aspects of living in such an isolated and unusual environment.
That's a good point. Building a cloud city is one thing, but creating a thriving community is another challenge altogether.
Yeah.
What are some of the things we need to think about in terms of the human experience?
Well, for starters, we need to carefully select our crew. We're talking about individuals who are not only highly skilled in their respective fields, but also incredibly resilient, adaptable, and able to work effectively as part of a team in a confined and isolated environment.
So we're talking about the best of the best astronauts, scientists, engineers, maybe even artists and writers, to document the experience and keep spirits high.
Exactly. And beyond the individual skills and personalities, we need to think about creating a sense of community and purpose. The colonists need to feel connected to something larger than themselves to believe that their work is contributing to a greater good.
I can imagine that feeling of isolation could be pretty intense floating above an alien planet. What are some of the things we could do to foster a sense of community and purpose?
Well, for one, we can design the gondola to facilitate social interaction. Think shared communal spaces, recreational areas, maybe even virtual reality environments that simulate being back on Earth, feeling the sun on your skin, the wind in your hair, the sand between your toes.
Virtual vacations to Earth, now that's an idea. But seriously, creating a sense of purpose is crucial. What kind of work would these Venusian colonists be doing?
Well, beyond the essential tasks of maintaining the habitat and conducting scientific research, there would be plenty of opportunities for exploration and discovery. Think about it. We're talking about a planet that we've only just begun to understand. There are vast uncharted regions of the Venusian atmosphere just waiting to be explored.
So we're talking about sending drones and rovers down to the surface, maybe even venturing out in specialized airships to explore different regions of the atmosphere.
Exactly. The possibilities for scientific discovery are endless. We could study the Venusian climate, analyze the composition of the atmosphere, search for signs of past or present life. The questions we could answer are truly mind-boggling.
This is all so fascinating. We've gone from launching a giant blimp to creating a self-sustaining city in the clouds, and now we're talking about exploring an alien planet. It's a truly audacious vision.
It is, and it's a testament to human ingenuity and our relentless drive to push the boundaries of what's possible. But before we get too carried away with exploring Venus, we need to address the elephant in the room, or should I say the elephant in the airship.
Oh, you mean the whole getting back to Earth thing? Yeah, can't exactly just book a return flight on Virgin Galactic.
You're right. The return journey is another engineering marvel that we need to unpack. And it all hinges on a remarkable piece of technology, the Venus Ascent Vehicle.
The Venus Ascent Vehicle? That sounds pretty intense. What exactly is it and how does it work?
Well, imagine this, a rocket launching from a blimp, carrying our intrepid Venusian colonists back into orbit, where they'll rendezvous with a spacecraft for their journey back to Earth. That's the Venus Ascent Vehicle in a nutshell. It's a bold concept, and we'll delve into the details in just a moment.
A rocket launching from a blimp. Now, that's something I need to hear more about. So how does this Venus Ascent Vehicle actually work?
Oh, it's definitely a complex feat of engineering, but it's a crucial part of the HVAC mission. We can't just leave our colonists stranded in the Venusian clouds, right?
Right. So walk me through this. We've got our crew. They've completed their mission in this amazing cloud city, and now they're ready to head home. What happens next?
Well, when it's time for the return trip, they board a smaller crew capsule housed within the Venus Ascent Vehicle.
Got it.
This entire vehicle is attached to the bottom of the airship. Imagine it like a lifeboat on a cruise ship.
Okay, so we've got this rocket basically hanging off the bottom of our giant blimp. What
engineering, but it's a crucial part of the HVAC mission. We can't just leave our colonists stranded in the Venusian clouds, right?
Right. So walk me through this. We've got our crew. They've completed their mission in this amazing cloud city, and now they're ready to head home. What happens next?
Well, when it's time for the return trip, they board a smaller crew capsule housed within the Venus Ascent Vehicle.
Got it.
This entire vehicle is attached to the bottom of the airship. Imagine it like a lifeboat on a cruise ship.
Okay, so we've got this rocket basically hanging off the bottom of our giant blimp. What happens next? Do they just detach and hope for the best?
Not quite. The ascent vehicle detaches from the airship and then fires its engines, propelling the crew capsule upwards through the thick Venusian atmosphere.
So I'm trying to picture this. It's like a rocket launching from a blimp, a truly wild concept. What kind of rocket are we talking about here? Is it similar to the rockets we use to launch from Earth?
It shares some similarities, but there are some key differences. Remember how we talked about the Pegasus rocket earlier, the one that launches from an airplane?
Right.
The Venus ascent vehicle is actually designed along similar lines.
Right. A rocket launching from a plane. That's already pretty impressive.
Yeah.
So we've adapted that concept for Venus, but instead of a plane, we're using a giant airship as our launch pad.
Exactly. And just like the Pegasus, the Venus ascent vehicle would have aerodynamic surfaces to help control its flight through that dense atmosphere. It's a two-stage rocket. The first stage gets it off the airship and high enough to clear the thickest part of the atmosphere. Then the second stage kicks in to reach orbit.
So it's like a hybrid between a rocket and a plane. It's incredible how engineers come up with these solutions.
Yeah.
So we've launched from the airship, the two stages have done their job, and now our crew is safely in orbit around Venus. What's next? Do they just point the capsule towards Earth and fire the engines again?
It's not quite that simple. Remember, we left a spacecraft in orbit when we first arrived at Venus. It's been patiently waiting for our crew to return.
Oh, right. It's like a cosmic taxi service ready to take our passengers back home. So the crew capsule docks with this waiting spacecraft, and then they begin the journey back to Earth.
Precisely. And while the crew heads home, the airship remains behind, continuing its mission as a robotic scientific platform, gathering data and conducting experiments in the Venusian atmosphere.
So the airship becomes a permanent fixture in the Venusian sky, a testament to human ingenuity and our drive to explore. That's a pretty inspiring image. But let's not forget, we still have one final challenge: getting our crew safely back through Earth's atmosphere.
You're right, the return journey isn't over just because we've left Venus crying. Re-entry into Earth's atmosphere is always a critical phase of any space mission. And returning to Venus presents a unique challenge because the spacecraft will be traveling at a higher velocity than a typical return from Mars.
Oh, why is that? Does Venus have stronger gravity or something?
It's not about gravity, it's about orbital mechanics. Venus is closer to the sun than Earth, so it orbits the sun at a faster speed. When our spacecraft leaves Venus and heads back towards Earth, it inherits some of that speed, which translates into a faster re-entry speed.
Ah, that makes sense. So we're coming in hot, as they say. How do we make sure our crew doesn't burn up on re-entry?
That's where aero capture comes into play again. Remember how we used the Venusian atmosphere to slow down upon arrival? Well, we can use the same technique with Earth's atmosphere. By dipping into the upper layers of the atmosphere, the spacecraft can use drag to reduce its speed before committing to a full re-entry.
So double aero capture once at Venus and then again at Earth. This maneuver seems like a game changer for interplanetary travel.
It is. And it highlights how seemingly simple concepts like using a planet's atmosphere as a brake can have a profound impact on our ability to explore the solar system.
So we've used aero capture to slow down. We've survived the fiery descent through Earth's atmosphere. And what's the final step? How do our Venusian explorers finally touch down back on Earth?
The spacecraft, now at a safe speed, would enter a stable orbit around Earth. From there, a dedicated crew vehicle, perhaps something like the Orion capsule, would rendezvous with the spacecraft and bring our crew back to solid ground.
Welcome home, Venusian explorers. You've braved a scorching planet, lived in a floating city, launched from a blimp, and surfed through 2 planetary atmospheres to make it back home. It's inspiring to think about what we could achieve if we set our minds to it.
It is. And as we continue to explore our solar system and beyond, who knows what other incredible discoveries await us.
Well, that's it for our deep dive into building a cloud city on Venus. We've explored the technical challenges, the scientific possibilities, and the sheer audacity of human ambition. It's a story that reminds us that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles, human ingenuity and our thirst for knowledge can prevail. Thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
אוקיי, אני לא שכחתי אתכם, 5.5 שעות, 5:40. טוב, אני אעצור, ואז אני אעשה ארוחת ערב, ואז אני אחזור, אני מקווה שזה בכלל הקליט. אני חושב שיוטיוב יותר סובלני, אז אולי זה הקליט. פייסבוק כבר היה מעיף אותי מזמן. אז תודה רבה, ונמשיך עוד מעט. אני אפתח שידור חדש, ואני אעשה ארוחת ערב, ונמשיך כאילו עם אותו ספר. בסדר? כמו שראיתם, הספר הזה קצת הסתבך, הוא לא רצה לקרוא אותו, ואז תרגמתי אותו לטקסט, ואז כאילו הוא הסכים. אז זהו, אז עוד מעט נעבור, עכשיו זה יוטיוב, אז נעבור לפייסבוק. אז ביי, תודה רבה.